And we out here. Welcome to fucking Under the Table with the Lamb Brothers. Thank you very much for coming, everybody. Under the Table is a show where I invite on some of the internet's most interesting people and we share a discussion over even more interesting drinks. My guest tonight is the one, the only, my best frenemy, FULGUR OVID. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me, Voxy. Been a while since I've been on this side of a bar.
Yeah,
this is fun.
It's a pleasure. Although you're a way more experienced bartender than I am. Whenever I hear about your escapades as a bartender, I feel very intimidated, but also very impressed.
I mean, having said that, you are way more experienced at life, so you can teach me some interesting things about drinks from back in the ages too.
That is true. I have been around. I was there when they invented Marmite.
Oh, I feel sorry for you. I have to imagine that's like the dude who invented penicillin by accident and just like left something out on a table for a weekend, came back and was like, ugh, let's see what it is.
The amount of fucking times that I've just lost track of how long something has been somewhere and then come back and been like, ugh. Like, I don't know, you leave the house for like a day, leave a cup of tea out, and you see that a small colony, maybe, you know, if you got a microscope, maybe you could see that on that cup of tea, in that little mold island, perhaps there was a whole civilization living there, and then you just pour them down the sink.
Reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons, or also the episode of like Love, Death, and Robots. That was a great one. Did you ever watch like the Love, Death, and Robots that was like that as well?
Oh, I don't think I did. No, I've seen a little bit of Love, Death, and Robots, but I haven't seen that one.
It's really good. A whole like civilization is formed and then it starts to try to take over. But yeah, the Simpsons one was just extra creepy.
It worked. The debigulator worked. All you have to do is unshrink me. It's like, oh, that will require some kind of a rebigulator, and the concept just makes me want to laugh out loud with a hive and a hive and
Hiving and hiving.
Oh, God.
This used to be really good, man. The Treehouses of Horror had so many interesting ideas.
They did. Oh my God. I remember there was the Fly episode. There was the one. Okay. My absolute favorite Treehouse of Horror is the one with Bart's evil twin. Which
oh my God, yeah.
I think not only is it like such a creepy concept to have like, oh yeah, your parents hid this truth from you for your entire life. And then, at the end, that fucking gag where Dr. Hibbert says, oh, come on now. All these years trapped up here, you've probably never even seen your own face in the mirror, have you? Here. And he holds up a picture frame, and Hugo looks at it like, and then it's an empty picture frame, and you just see Dr. Hibbert with this dead serious face, and he just punches him.
That was so good.
The fucking comedic timing was absolutely fantastic. The Simpsons used to be on another level, and it's such a shame that it's not what it used to be.
And nowadays it's just like referential humor to whatever like was hot like a couple months ago. The fact that they just did a Death Note like intro, like the Death Note intro, don't get me wrong, it was freaking amazing, but still, the fact that they just did that when Death Note hasn't been a big thing for like years now, I'd say.
Surprisingly enough, like with the Simpsons Death Note parody, I was more impressed with the animation than with like the jokes, which you wouldn't expect from the Simpsons, but they actually did like a really nice sort of homage to the Death Note animation. It felt really faithful, you know.
It really did, yeah. And the designs, like we finally have canonical designs for what the Simpsons would actually look like as anime characters, which is wild.
Yeah. Karaoke with my boss is a man's obligation.
It's like, oh, you're pissed drunk. I'm so proud of you.
It's the part of my job I do best. Speaking of being pissed drunk, what are you going to be drinking tonight?
Oh, I have got a cheap, simple, just like me, pre-mixed mojito.
Man.
Minty. Simple, feels refined, and I'm going to get drunk on it because there's 1.75 liters of it. Yeah, where do you go wrong?
I've been really enjoying pre-mixed cocktails recently. Like at M&S, they have like raspberry mojitos and strawberry daiquiri in little cans, and I don't know why they kind of hit the spot. They're pretty nice, and mixing cocktails yourself is always a bit of a pain. So but then I've never actually done it myself. I've only ever seen other people do it. So.
There are some cocktails that are really simple. Like my favorite is just Godfather, so it's just amaretto, whiskey, and then cola. But then yeah, there are ones like a mojito takes quite a bit of precision to make. And if you want to make something like a fucking, oh god, pina colada, like you need a blender and everything. You need specific measurements. If you go too far, like into the rum or anything else, it just is ruined. So yeah, some of them are pretty finicky, but a lot of them are really easy. It was really nice making them on stream that one time. And I will never do it again because it was so, I don't think so many times. I was like, you know what will sound really nice? Like slicing up the fruit while I'm live. You know what's not a good idea? Slicing up squirty fruit next to a $3,000 CPU. And then spilling the drink everywhere because you're stupid and put everything to a mixing glass and you forget the fact that it was fizzy lemonade and everything explodes. Fun times.
I never understand how, even though I've done them myself, I never understand how someone like Scarla, for example, how the fuck does she have the energy to do multiple hand cam streams a week? It drives me mad.
Did you see her setup as well for when she does it? The amount of wires hanging around the kitchen.
Yeah.
My god.
I would be so like I had my hand cam stream a couple of weeks ago, and when I set that up, like it took me like a good few days to muster the energy to tidy it all up. Like every time I finished the stream, and the stream itself was exhausting, and then I just looked back at it and I was like, oh my god, it's such a mess. I was living on food that I didn't prepare for days after that point because I just couldn't stand the thought of going and getting all of that cleaned up. And what's even worse is I was trying to make Graham balls, but I used evaporated milk instead of condensed milk, and so I just had this weird like Graham porridge, and I literally spilt it everywhere, and so there was just like this vomit looking shit all over my kitchen floor for the longest time. It was really gross. And
oh god,
how
you might have created your own penicillin that day. Yeah. No, I'm shocked by that as well. Just setting up my ASMR mic is so annoying, and then having like all of those ingredients and everything just fruit around. Yeah, it took me like 2 days to muster up the just effort to get rid of everything as well. And I had like pre-made drinks in my room for a good 2 days. Every time I came into my room, it was like, I smell, not mojito, what was it? Manhattan. The Manhattan like lasted the longest. And my God, the smell of vermouth in the air is just so relaxing, but also probably not a great thing to get used to in your room. Man.
Yeah, I think that's one of my worst fears, is like feeling as though I think I'm nice and tidy. You know, it's like I think I'm doing fine, but then all of a sudden I'm worried that someone is going to come over. Maybe I'll have a friend visit and they'll be like, what's that smell? And I will have become nose blind to it and I don't know.
Oh, that definitely. I have one of the biggest dogs in the world. Whenever anybody else comes over, they're like, smells like dog here. And I'm like, really? I don't know that smell anymore. I live in it. I was born in it, molded by it. Pain.
I really want to get a dog at some point.
Oh, you definitely should. It's the best way to like keep yourself touching grass continuously and to make sure that you like go out twice a day and get some exercise.
I really need to be able to do that. Like, if I can't take care of myself, I can sure as hell take care of a dog. You know, it's like I wouldn't get up today, but I have to walk the dog. And then all of a sudden, you've got a good daily schedule going on.
Just like that, yeah. You're immediately able to just get through one thing a day, which actually anybody with depression can like attest to. Like just being able to get up, brush your teeth, go for a walk, like that is enough sometimes to just pull you out of like a spiral for a little bit.
Oh, totally.
But yeah, having a dog is so good for like your mental health in general.
Because I've never owned a dog, but I know that some people, they basically say that when they're upset, the dog kind of knows, and the dog will sort of walk up and try to kind of cheer you up, and will come and investigate, like give you a little boop of the snoot and be like, what's going on, buddy? I can't imagine what it would be like to just have a little friend who runs around and takes care of you when things aren't going great.
That's exactly how it is, yeah. They'll just know that something's wrong. They'll come over. How did that become? I quote tweeted your thing, but somehow it became a single tweet. I'll delete that. I swear I'm not that dumb. But yeah, they'll just come over, and normally rather than like booping the snoot kind of thing, they will just like rest their chin on your arm or something. Like if you're laying in bed, they'll rest their chin right next to you. You'll just hear like a little It's great. And then you're like, yeah, okay, I'll get up, I'll walk you.
It's too early into the episode for this. You're gonna make me start tearing up. I can't stop thinking about dogs and how sweet they are.
I'm walking on sunshine.
Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine.
Prize dog waited, Foxy. Prize dog waited.
Okay. I have a really interesting question for you. And normally we wouldn't get onto questions this early, but I saw one earlier from a regular of mine who's also a Brit, and I feel as though people are saying my voice is too low, but I've dialed it up all the way up. I can try and make it a little louder. Hold on.
Maybe you have to turn me down and just like let everybody else turn the volume in general up.
Maybe. There you go. I've turned you down.
Our voices. Yeah.
I've turned you down a little bit. Thank you, Millie. But like I was going to say, you are the first fellow Brit that I've had on this show so far. And so we have an interesting question from Evie Lilith, who is a regular of mine. One has to go. Weatherspoon, Nando's, ZZ, or Turtle Bay?
ZZ.
ZZ, really? How do you figure that?
Yeah. ZZ is expensive, man.
That is fucking it's true. It's fucking ridiculous.
I could do without ZZ's. If I want a fancy pizza, I could go to like Pizza Express or Papa John's, and even then I prefer just like something greasy and cheap. I prefer like a chicken shop pizza where it's like $2.99. You get like a personal size pizza with like 3 toppings on it. They're all disgusting. Have you ever gotten one of those chicken shop pizzas where they put like all of the seafood on it?
Oh, God, I should fucking hope not, because I can't stand... If someone handed me a pizza... Jesus Christ, if someone handed me a pizza just covered in fish, I think I would throw up.
Oh, it's so good. Especially since it comes from a fucking, like, cheap chicken and chip shop, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna fucking vomit and have diarrhea tomorrow, but at the same time, I'm drunk and it sounds so good. Like, it tastes so good. It's got, like, prawns, tuna, and anchovies. It's just, like, pure fish. Oh, man, it's so good. So cheap.
Honestly,
yeah, ZZ's fuck ZZ's, but Weatherspoons you need, like cheap, giant, pitcher-sized cocktails, so good.
100% Weatherspoon is such a core part of British life. I don't think we could ever live without it. It's cheap, and honestly, not all of the food is that bad. I think the pizzas at Spoons are actually not that bad. You know,
they are actually. And like the nachos are pretty good, not too bad for the value.
Yeah, and then also just being able to order with the app, like it's such a great place to go if you're, you know, socially awkward and you don't want to have to talk to a bartender. You just sit down and order with the app and they'll come and bring it to you.
That's the best thing, and there's so many of them just all over the place, but you always know like what they have. Like it's rare. I'm not sure if they have that much. Well, I guess they have like TGI Fridays and stuff in America, Applebee's. But it just feels like Weatherspoons is like the big one in the UK, where everywhere has a fucking Weatherspoons and you know exactly what drink you like from there.
They give you so many options, and oftentimes the Weatherspoons are just really big, and there's room for a ton of different people. It's never difficult to convince someone to go for a Spoons. If you want to meet, I was like, hey, should we go Spoons? Bet, and then off you go.
Fuck yeah. Even if you're not drinking, they have like pretty good like fake drinks. What are those called?
Mocktails.
Yeah, they have like pretty good mocktails, and they have like pretty good just like soft drinks and everything. And yeah, the food, like you said, pretty decent.
Oh, the pictures.
It's not like one of those places where if you go there, you just don't want to eat anything unless you're drunk.
Yeah, drunk food is an interesting concept because I feel like everyone's tastes change when they get drunk. Like I normally think McDonald's is kind of mid, but when I'm piss drunk, nothing hits the spot quite like a box of 20 chicken McNuggets. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, when you're drunk, McDonald's is like the best food because it's so greasy and there's so much like breading on the McNuggets, and also breading if you get like a Big Mac. Like that shit will soak up everything and make you basically shit yourself the next morning, so everything's just cleared out and you don't have a hangover. Perfect.
God, I had the worst.
What are your sauces when you get McNuggets?
Oh, now that's a good question.
It's just a big divider.
That's a good question. So for me, okay, if I'm getting nuggets, I tend to just stick with ketchup. Honestly, I think nuggets and ketchup are a pretty solid combo. But with those chicken strips, like chicken selects, I like their sweet chili sauce. I think that's my favorite.
Oh, good choice. Damn. I just go simple. I just go with barbecue and sweet and sour.
Ooh, I'm not really all that keen on McDonald's sweet and sour sauce, to be honest. I've tried it, but it's never really appealed to me all that much.
I quite like it. What I really like outside of McDonald's, like for dipping chicken into, is Chick-fil-A's honey mustard. Oh. It has like such a unique taste to it.
Oh, that's true.
Like it still has like, it manages to have like a little bit of the spice from the mustard, but it's so sweet and so good. Oh man.
Honestly, yeah, I really miss their food and the lemonade as well. No fast food places in the UK have that fresh squeezed lemonade like Chick-fil-A or Wendy's do, and I'm really upset about it because that was like when I was staying in the States for a while, that was like my favorite thing.
That shit is so good. They really like those types of things in the United States for some reason because they're wild about iced tea. Like you can get a gallon of iced tea at McDonald's here, which is wild to me. Like when I first came here, they had the big signs everywhere: a gallon of iced tea and like 50 McNuggets for $12.99.
I saw that, yeah. Oh god! I mean, when I finished 20 McNuggets, I'm like, oh, you know, like that's enough for me. 50. What is going on? What is going on in the US?
Solution rather than a single person meal, to be fair. But yeah, oh my god, you just see that on the side of a sign, and you're like, you know what? I don't think I will. If you ate that for yourself, for one thing, you'd die from the calories, but for another thing, I'm pretty sure at that point the caffeine would give you a heart attack.
Yeah,
that probably adds up to like a monster and a half.
Unless, of course, you've been living in the US for long enough that kind of portion size is just normal. You know, you sit there like 50 McNuggets. Oh, I'm not even full yet. Oh, please bring on a side dish. I'll have 2 burgers on the side, please.
You kidding me, mate? I want 3 Big Macs with that. To be fair, the amount that fucking Bobon can eat from McDonald's is wild to me.
How much does he? I remember him mentioning this, but I can't really remember like exactly what he said.
No, I can't remember either. I just remember when he said it, it was like, God, that's more expensive than I could be bothered. Like, that's the kind of value where it's like, I think I'd rather take a steak over that. But even then, nah, I'm good.
You're just like, yeah, I could have gotten something really nice and expensive instead of just more McDonald's than I would know how to give a family.
Oh, man. But yeah, my go-to when I'm, like, extremely drunk always has to be, like, you can't get it where I am in America, but just, oh, good kebab. Really greasy.
Yeah, they really, you don't get many good kebab joints in America.
Nah, especially where I am. You can't get any Turkish food. You can't get any Indian food. You can't get any of that. You get Chinese food, Japanese food, thankfully. And pretty much just the rest is American. It sucks. It's a tiny little mountain town.
Honest, I don't know what I would do without a good kebab joint. I feel it's just such a core part of going out and being drunk. And also the best thing about a kebab joint is the seedier and smaller and cheaper it looks, the better the kebabs will be. If you find a nice sort of like clean, modern looking kebab shop, it's probably going to be mid. If it's just literally a hole in the wall with some big hairy Turkish man just slicing fucking meat off of a giant skewer right in front of you, that is going to be the best fucking kebab you've ever eaten.
Yeah. Especially, like, I found the best places are those types of places, particularly where you can tell it's family owned because everybody's like shouting at each other from behind the counter.
Yeah.
You don't understand the language, but you just hear like the person who took the order, like normally a very nice, polite woman to you. She turns back to whoever's back in the kitchen and is like, "Ba-da-da-da! Do the thing! Do the thing! I want the thing!" And you just hear shouting back like angrily as well. And you can tell exactly what's going on there. They're just like, "Yo, this is the order," and the person shouting back is like, "I've already got 3 orders. Shut the fuck up!" Like, right. That's how you know it's a good place. They're gonna make the food with rage, but also delectably in their own unique way. It's always a unique experience.
It's the kind of place where they could play the US Kitchen Nightmares soundtrack over the radio and it would feel perfectly at home.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah,
you don't get that where I am. It sucks. It sucks.
God.
That was the best thing about London. Like London, there was a restaurant on pretty much every other road, and it was like, yeah, you had like the little tiny places, you had like the really fancy places. You could get whatever you wanted.
I really enjoy just kind of walking around and finding new restaurants because there's always like a little bit of personality. If you avoid chain places, and it's so annoying, like whenever you try to go to a pub and it's like you realize that the pub is part of a chain and then you're like, oh, well, you know, there's no real personality here. You know, when you find like a tiny family-owned pub, I think that nothing really beats that, where they've got all their own ideas and all their own food and stuff, but also like the people who own it have like an incredible personality that really comes out when they're at service. I feel like just sitting back and kind of watching that happen can be, you know, as good as the meal in and of itself.
Yeah, that's the best thing. Yeah, they have so many different styles. Like I remember they had like the really nerdy ones as well. Like you'd go in and they were like themed around. Definitely not Resident Evil. It was just a zombie survival pub. Don't worry about it. And definitely not Dungeons and Dragons. They just had a whole bunch of role-playing equipment and, you know, like swords and shields and stuffs, like the barely escaping copyright claim kind of shit. It was.
I know in Southampton there's a Hobbit themed pub.
Oh, let's go.
And they've got like.
I guess they could get away with that because like Tolkien like left that up to like anyone to take in the future.
Yeah, they've got cocktails named after the different Lord of the Rings characters. Like you've got a Gandalf, you've got an Aragorn, Faramir, Bilbo, Legolas, Keely, and Feely. They've got a Gollum. What is a Gollum? Let me have a look at this. The Hobbit pub.
Oh my god.
Let me have a look at what a Gollum is.
That's what I love as well. When you go to like personal bars and restaurants and they just have things named after things that are famous, and you're like, you know what? I didn't think about it, but I do want to try a fucking burger called the Bo Burnham Burger. It's probably going to be horrible. It's probably going to be a burger that everybody's done a million times, but the fact that it's named after a brilliant comedian makes me happy. Let's go.
You just want to support them, as though they're going to get some of the fucking proceeds.
Exactly. It's just clearly that some like somebody there was just a big fan and was like, "Yeah, it's cool. This the Bo Burnham. Yeah, no, this right here. This will be the Smeagol."
I remember I went to a really fancy it was fancier than I was expecting. It was a really fancy cocktail bar, and I walked in like, "Shit, I'll give this place a try." And immediately you've got like free bitter cheese and olives, and you've got like this waiter who carries one hand behind his back and has a cloth over the front. He's like, "Good evening, sir." I was like, "Oh shit!" And then I wound up sitting down, and throughout the menu, it's exactly what you're saying. Every single cocktail is named like, oh, you've got like the James Dean, and you've got like the John Wayne, and all of these different like classic actors. And I was reading them, and the Buster Keaton. I had a Buster Keaton cocktail because I love Buster Keaton movies, and so I was sat there reading it, and I was like, oh shit. And when I ordered it, and he was like, yeah, so this is inspired by this period in his life, and this and this and this and this, and I was like, oh, okay. I just kind of I was already a little bit drunk from earlier. I'd already preed earlier that night, and so I was just sat there, you know, kind of just waiting for things to go by, and then I was like, okay, you know, that sounds good.
I love the phrase, "I had already pre."
I thought about that as it was leaving my mouth, and I was like, wait, maybe they don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I think I'm gonna pre.
I'm gonna fucking pre.
Yeah, no, I get you. You got to pre-game when you're going to any fancy place like that. Just buy like a cheap, like £5 big bottle of vodka, pour it into some Coke or whatever the fuck you feel like drinking, get nice and toasty, and then go out to a bar where you are spending like way more money than you should be on alcohol.
Yeah. Turning up to some nice bar or pub, being completely 100% sober with the loud ass music and everyone trying to talk to each other. Like I have to pre before I do that, or else I'm gonna go insane.
Yeah. Just don't want to deal with the shit at that point. Also, I do like when we were talking about kebabs earlier, like I felt so at home back in London again because everybody was just throwing out Turkish swear words, and I was sitting here like, oh yes, this I remember. I know more swear words in Turkish than I do in English.
This man was raised in the kebab joint. It's more of a home to him than the UK is in itself.
Southeast London, man. I learned swear words from all around the world. Good shit. Oh man.
Oh god. I don't really know that much about East London, but I know that my dad lived there for a very long time. You know, that was sort of like his haunt for a really long time, even though he's much older than I am. And I hear so many like stories about that kind of place back in like the 1950s, 60s, and all that kind of stuff, and how, and sort of what it was like to live around there. I actually can't remember much of what he told me, but it just sounded really interesting. The one piece of East London culture that I really absorbed in my life was going to an old pie and mash joint and going to a pub and having pie and mash, and him telling me like, yeah, this is the most important thing that you will do in East London, and you can't get better than pie and mash. And it was really good, to be fair.
You ever had eel pie? Was it eel pie?
I don't believe it was eel pie. I think it was like a chicken pie.
I remember I got tricked into eating eel pie.
It doesn't sound very good.
It's not bad, but it's not good. It's not something I'd ever seek out, and it seems to like be one of those things that people like consider a delicacy kind of thing, and it's like, why? We just stick to fish and chips, please. That's good enough.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, so someone told me something's a delicacy, and I just kind of look at it and I'm like, why? You know, who decided that this was such an important meal? It's like that Do you know about the whole thing from Iceland, like the shark that they bury in the gravel? You know?
Yeah, yeah.
And the bit on TV when Gordon Ramsay was like with James May, and it was like, all right, so you know the other boys on Top Gear, they think you're a bit of a pussy, you know. So we should prove to them that you've got what it takes. And then he gets him that shark, and it's been like urinated on and buried in the gravel. And he's like, all right, so any Icelandic man who can have a bite of this and not throw up, he's declared a man and he's no longer a boy. And Gordon Ramsay takes one bite of this shit and he just throws up immediately. Like he actually just spits it out, runs to the bathroom. James May is sat there just eating spoonfuls of it. He's like, it's actually quite nice, you know, it's not really that bad.
Good for him. Oh, man. I think, yeah, with those kinds of things, it's only really bad when you know what they are. Most of the time you'll eat it and you'll be like, that's a weird fucking taste. And then they'll tell you what it is and it's like, oh no. Like you get to the bottom of a bottle of a alcohol container and you're like, I had a really weird like little burn to it. What the fuck was it? And they say, oh, look in the bottle, and you just see like there's a giant fucking scorpion in there and you're like, oh. Wow. Now I know what the extra flavor was. Tequila for days.
It reminds me of recently I had Korean barbecue, and there's this one starter thing which was like sort of just a spicy sauce with like 3 different things, and one of them tasted kind of like meaty chicken. I was like, oh, that's good, that's good, that's good. And then I had one other thing and I was like, I wonder what this is. And it was just fish. It was like the fishiest thing I'd ever eaten. So it was like, oh, good. What's this? Oh! And it just annihilated me, because I don't know, like even the remotest fishy taste just completely knocks me out. I think seaweed is the worst for me. Something about seaweed, it just has that strong smell that I just cannot handle. I don't know.
Seaweed, yeah, has a very unique taste. I actually love all of those flavors, the umami kind of flavors.
It makes me scared to go to Japan, because apparently most Japanese restaurants are very fish-centric, and I just don't want to be rude and go in and suddenly be hit with the smell and be like, oh god.
Most of the soups will have that kind of flavor of like miso and seaweed and everything.
Whenever I get authentic ramen, I need to ask, please, no nori, no seaweed, just please leave it out. And then it comes with it in, and I'm like, oh god.
Oh man, I can't imagine that. I love fish so much. So you're not even a fan of sushi then?
I've never really tried sushi. I've had a little bit of sushi, but it was like pre-made sushi in a little plastic box I got at Waitrose once, and I don't think that's really the authentic experience by any measure. So I need to give it a try, but I don't know, something about rice and seafood wrapped in seaweed just feels like it would completely knock me out. I don't think I'd ever be able to try that.
Fair enough. I've seen a lot of people that don't like fish that do like sushi, because it doesn't have quite the same flavor. Like with fish, once you cook it, the flavor gets way more intense, especially things like mackerel. But yeah, some people can take raw fish, and like, especially like some of the sushis, like salmon and stuff, you drizzle them in lemon as well. Oh man. And then it's like delicious. You don't really taste much of a fishy smell. It's more of like it's just really, really light kind of flavors that just kind of melt on your tongue, especially if you get the right kind of salmon. Like it will just like melt in your mouth. It's so good.
That does sound really good. I mean, I like salmon. There are a couple bits of seafood that I like. I like salmon. I like squid. I like sort of regular fish and chips, you know, like cod and all that kind of stuff. The kind of shit that you would get down at Chippy, I think I really, really enjoy a lot of the time.
Oh, it's yeah. Any beer-battered fish is just going to be good.
Oh, yeah. It's just those like really strong smelling fish, the kind of fish that smells like the sea itself, that just really not like just gets me, and I just can't.
See, I get exactly what you mean, because that's my favorite. I like the fishy type of fish. Like I think I'm one of the few people that might be able to handle surströmming because of that. Because my favorite fish are like I love salmon, I love tuna, like I love the ones that aren't too fishy that you get in like sushi, like very light flavors. But I love like mackerel with pepper. Anchovies, oh, it's so good. I love them. Those are like the super fucking fishy ones. You taste them for days. If you like put mackerel on a stove in your house, that mackerel smell will be in your house for like the next 4 days, and I love that shit. It just hangs to the walls.
Oh god.
I'm just sitting here describing like my heaven, and for Vox it's like hell.
Oh god. It reminds me of maybe the worst experience I've ever had with fish, which I don't know if you've ever been to a Swedish crayfish party.
No.
Well, it was a real the party itself was an incredible experience. Like it was very midsummery. Like you'd sit out in this beautiful, like very green garden. It's very bright and sunny, and they bring around all of this food, all of this like fennel salad and this crayfish, and then they hit you with, and you have to get up a little hymn book and sing these songs about how much you love alcohol. And I was just singing along, like, being like, all right, this is good. And then you finish a verse, and everyone says, "Skål!" And then you drink the aquavit. And aquavit is very strong, and I didn't realize this, and so I was like absolutely just downing shot after shot of aquavit because I really liked it. And also, like, being around a Swedish family, I wanted to prove that I could handle my drink, and this was the worst mistake I ever made. I asked the family the morning after, and they said, yeah, every single non-Swedish person who attends one of these parties throws up because they cannot handle the alcohol. And I, unfortunately, was in that camp. I drank way too much, and it just affected me. But the thing is, this was after I had eaten because at the time, I didn't really like fish that much, but I was fine with it. And I was there just, like, slurping the insides out of these crayfish, like, trying to peel it apart and just eating it. And I was like, I mean, it's fishy, but it's all right. You know, I can handle it. But it wasn't the same after I had thrown up and all of that fish had kind of left me, and then the scent of both vomit and fish was just stuck in my mouth. And for the next day, I felt genuinely ill with this fishy smell just around my head. Like, I just couldn't get rid of it. It was in my mouth, in my nose, everywhere. And so I was just sat there feeling so ill. And I think ever since then, I've just not wanted to go near fish of any description for the longest time.
I genuinely get that so much, because I think it was when I was like 22, 23. Like, I had a really bad experience where I got really drunk and ate like a whole fucking large pizza at one point. And it was like, to this day, I will never eat like a tomato-based pizza anymore, because there's something about throwing up like tomato sauce that just adds to this, like, the burn of vomit. And so anytime, like, I don't even eat like lasagna or fucking pasta or anything like that anymore, because it all reminds me of that experience of vomiting like 5 times and just tasting tomato paste. So yeah, I'm back. Like, it took me a long time to even like ever want to have a pizza again. It took me like 3-4 years. Nowadays, I'll just have like barbecue sauce based pizzas. Oh man,
barbecue sauce based pizza.
I wasn't even one of the fishy pizzas either. That was a normal pizza that I threw up.
This man really had pizza ruined for him. I couldn't imagine that. I mean, I kind of get what you mean. Like, a super strong acidic tomatoey taste. It's not amazing, but I mean, it's a part of a pizza. I can't handle like pure tomato pizza. I think the biggest draw of a pizza is definitely like that thick melted cheese. You know, I really love that. And you know, if you just have a large pizza with a little bit too much tomato, there's nothing worse than getting like a slice of pizza where the cheese kind of falls off and it's just pure tomato. Like, that shit stinks.
That is the worst shit. Yeah, you get that so much at like certain pizza places where like the entire thing would just slip, because if it's too greasy, yeah, all of it just like slips off when you try to peel off a piece, and it's like, well, this is fucking ruined. I want to grab it and put it back on. I have to grab it and put it on another slice when it's cooled down a bit, because that's the thing, when it's too hot is when it slips off, and you're like, I'm not grabbing that with my fingers. It's so fucking hot right now. Oh man,
you just have to sit there with this disgusting just bread with tomato on it. It's like, ugh.
That should genuinely be like a curse against someone. I hope the toppings fall off your pizza. I hope your pizza is cheeseless.
Dishonor upon your family, dishonor upon your pizza.
What do you think about like the 2 different like American pizza types? Have you ever had them, like Chicago and New York?
I have. So I have very strong opinions about this. Genuinely.
Let's go.
I think deep dish, like Chicago style pizza, is fine. I think it's nice. I enjoy it. It's a little too filling for my taste, and I think that with too many ingredients, it can get a little overwhelming. Genuinely, I think that proper hole-in-the-wall, single-slice New York pizza is some of the best food I have ever eaten in my life.
Oh damn!
I have this memory. 2017 was the year, and I went to New York pretty much by myself, and I was just exploring. And I had a really nice time. At the time, I went and I saw Kinky Boots on Broadway with Brendan Urie, and that was really nice. His singing is much better than his British accent.
Fair enough.
But right before I went there, right outside the hotel I was staying at, there was this tiny tiny hole-in-the-wall pizza place, and I figured, fuck it, I'm hungry. I'll go and get some pizza. And so I went there, and it was just this straight margarita, just cheese and tomato, but something about the way it was seasoned, something about how crispy it was and how thin. I just had this one humongous slice of pizza, and it's been 5 years, and I still think about it every day.
I love it when you find a place like that. But the worst feeling is when you have a place like that and it fucking closes down.
Yeah. It's either health code violation. They ran out, which honestly makes a pizza place even better. Like if it's gonna give me some kind of disease, then it's probably really, really good.
Oh yeah. You have to balance things. If it feels like it's going to give you a disease, but at the same time it tastes delicious, you're like,
so good.
I do it like once a month. I'll roll those dice. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, and you go there, and maybe they ran out of business. Maybe they turned out to be a front for like the mafia or something, which is like that's fair enough. They were like, I remember there used to be this pizza place opposite where I lived, like a couple decades ago, and every time I went there, I would just I'd look out the window and I'd see this pizza place. I'm like, yeah, they're hiding something. I don't know what it is, but they're hiding something. I went there once, and it's like every single waiter was like this. It was like this tall Italian guy with like a really built chin and sort of that slick like Yakuza hair, and they had like a bunch of tattoos, and I was like, there is no fucking way, there is nothing going on here. They had good pizza.
Something serious is going on when they're like, you can't pay with debit card, you have to pay with cash. Like that's when you're not like, oh
yeah, no,
this is an operation for something else. This is a side business of a side business. But it tastes good, so who gives a fuck?
I remember I was working in a place, like not in a place like that, but I was working in like a coffee shop once, and it's always fun when like everyone is paying by card, you know, swipe, 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 and then someone comes in, and it's literally like the most textbook mafia guy you've ever seen, like a slightly short, balding Italian man is like, hey, what the fuck you talking about? And he literally pulls out like a roll of money tied up with an elastic band that just pulls it out. He says, hey, buy your family something nice. And he walks out, and I'm like, that man has killed people, you know?
Yeah. Like that man, I want to be on his good side. Jeez.
And just a reminder, if you want to go to the hashtag on Twitter, under the table, you can find some questions. You're more than welcome to ask me anything you want as well.
Oh, crap. Have you ever had, like... God, I'm stuck in the Turkish thing right now. I remembered another bad experience I had with alcohol. There's this Turkish alcohol that tastes like licorice. I remember chugging... Or not chugging. It was done by shots. But I remember drinking quite a bit of that and not realizing how alcoholic it was. And it was after already having drunk like quite a bit of whiskey and tequila. And it's like this bright white liquid as well. And I just remember throwing up bright white liquid. Oh God, that was a fun time. But yeah, another reason. Licorice is another thing I will never touch again.
Oh, I get it. I love licorice. It's called is it raki? Is that what it's called? Otherwise known as lion's milk. This white liquid.
Ooh, it might be. Oh yeah, if it's white, then yeah, it's definitely that one. I just remember it being like a pale white liquid and it tasting like licorice and a bit too sweet, and thinking, okay, yeah, that's fine. Taking like shot after shot of it with my friends, and then just being like, oh, something's going wrong in here. Going to the bathroom and just throwing up for a solid 5 minutes, coming back out and drinking more. And then doing more vomiting the next day.
I will never in my life vomit due to alcohol and then keep drinking. I think after while I'm hungover or if I'm sick while I'm drinking, the sight of alcohol makes me want to throw up again. Maybe I have a weaker stomach than you, but whenever I get way too drunk for anything, and then I throw up or I need to take a break, if someone tries to give me more alcohol, I'll be like, get that shit out of my face, please. I will fight someone if they try to make me drink anymore.
You see, for me, if I'm drunk enough, then even after I've thrown up, I'm just like, hair of the dog, get it back, you know? Come on, get it down, and then you
where are all the fighters in this town? Come on, England.
Can't give up now, lads. You gotta keep going.
Come on. Pub crawl's not over until the sun comes up.
That's the thing. If you're doing a pub crawl, you can't stop early. And you can't be that one twat who decides to start drinking water halfway through.
It's like,
I mean, you should have a glass of water every now and then, but You just commit toward it. Nah, you just have to go home.
If you go on a pub crawl, you go on a pub crawl, and once you tap out, you're out. You go home.
Exactly. You get the fuck out of there and stop making everybody else feel weak. Herbivore ass behavior.
Just sat nervously sipping mineral water in the corner.
Oh man, some of these questions are wild.
Yeah.
Man. Under the table is such an interesting line as well, because there's so many things completely unrelated to under the table. They're just very sexual. Oh my god.
That's the thing. Whenever I check the hashtag, I never see anything like it, but I saw one tweet that said, change the hashtag, there's too much porn on here. I've never seen any porn on this hashtag. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's so much porn, man.
Is it really?
Oh my god, yeah.
I've never seen any porn on this hashtag. Every time I check it, it's purely like... That's why I didn't change it. Hold on, I'm going to go to latest and just keep scrolling until I see something.
Oh man.
Hold on.
It's the top-based ones that get me.
That's the thing. If I go to top, I just see questions about the show. Like I don't see anything even remotely related to porn. But I guess that's the Twitter algorithm at work.
Yeah, it's probably like mostly showing you like other Kindred that you've like interacted with in the past.
Probably, yeah. But then it see, I'm scrolling through latest. I still haven't found any.
It's protecting you, man.
It's protecting
Maybe you have like child safety on.
Listen, after my ASMR earlier, those tweets, no way, no way.
I mean, true.
I've been seeing plenty of shit on my TL.
Ah, it's everywhere. God.
Oh my god. And then as soon as I say that, I see a tweet genuinely asking us a question. Choose one. Dick-sized nipple or nipple-sized dick?
Is this for us to have or what?
It's like we have to. It's like you press the button. It's like you have two choices. You've either got to have a dick-sized nipples or a nipple-sized dick.
I mean, obviously you've got to go for dick-sized nipple, but it's super uncomfortable. You can't even hide that shit.
Why do I feel like really long pointed nipples are like a sign of raw masculinity? You know, like someone sees you take your shirt off and your nipples are like, bang. It's like, oh, he's so potent.
Imagine when it gets fucking cold and your shirt just like sticks out that fucking far in front of you.
It's like, it assumes that when your nipples get cold, they become erect, essentially. And so it's like you've got a boner on your, two of them on your chest.
Two boners on your chest, just like pointing forward. Oh my god.
You know,
how is this the first question you found?
It's at the very top of the list. What can I say? Listen, it's an interesting question. And now that I'm thinking about it, it would kind of make you into a bit of an oddity. Like you'd probably, you know, it's like the, have you ever heard of that? I think he's Mexican. The guy who, when he was like growing up, he put weights on his penis to like stretch it out, and it wound up being like literally as long as his entire leg. And he has like the world record for longest penis in the world.
Yep.
And they asked, like, what do you want to do with your life? He said, I would like to be a porno star. And it's like, I mean, fair enough. I don't know what the hell you're going to do to somebody with that. I mean, that should be registered as a legal weapon.
Oh my god, yeah. You do that kind of thing. And that's the thing. If you have like dick-sized nipples, there's someone in the world that's got to be into that. You open an OnlyFans, you're just going to find some people who will pay you any amount of money for whatever you do with that. So yeah, I go with that. Whereas a nipple-sized dick,
you're just limiting yourself.
Yeah. I don't think you could even probably like do much fun stuff to yourself like that. It's just sad.
Oh god, it reminds me of just some video I found on Twitter once, like years and years ago, and it was from some porno where like the dude in it has like a comically small penis, and it's like the girl is about to, like, she takes his pants down and is about to suck him off, and it's like genuinely just actually 1 centimeter long, and she just puts her hand over her mouth and laughs. I've never felt more pain in my life than watching. That's his whole life. That's this man's whole life, is that his purpose is to be in porn and to get humiliated. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
See, the good thing, at least, like, if he's doing porn, at least he's making money for it, and he made that choice.
Yeah.
That's genuinely sad, though.
It's like, I don't think you can really do much of anything.
You know that's some people's fetishes as well, where it's just like, oh yes, make fun of me for it. I mean, maybe that's what he's into, and like he's doing the job he literally loves the most in the world, kind of thing.
If he prefers to bottom, then I imagine he's doing fine in life. But you know, if that ain't who he is, then he must be having a really, really hard time. It does make me laugh, though. How
would you know? Badum.
Fucking hell. It just... Oh god, I completely forgot what I was going to say. It's like, yeah, it always makes me laugh how, like, the actual medical term for a penis that, when erect, is shorter than 2 inches is a micro penis. I think that's the funniest shit in the entire world. That's the medical term for it. It's like, yes, I'm sorry, sir, you have a micro penis.
They didn't even bother to give it a scientific name. They were just like, sorry, you've been inflicted with the tiny, tiny pee-pee.
I'm sorry, sir, that thing's small as hell.
I'm sorry, you've been infected with... Please. This is a very serious time. We can't do any. There are, like, options. However, medically, you're kind of boned. Which is ironic. I want that. I want a medical condition that's just actually, like, something good. Something, like, benevolent that you can laugh at. That's just literally called a laugh. That's what I want.
Oh, that's good. That's good. It just... I can't imagine being a doctor and having to tell someone that they, unfortunately, so you have a micro penis, and just having a 100% straight face throughout the entire thing. I really don't think I could.
I mean, I don't think they even have to be told that, surely, right?
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of, like, a man inflicted with a condition where he can have multiple orgasms without ever going down. Like, you got to give that an amazing name. Like, I'm sorry, sir, you've been inflicted with fucking legend syndrome. Oh, man. No, nobody will ever be able to satisfy you, but you will be able to satisfy everyone. You can have as much pleasure as you want. You're going to need a lot of sports drinks. A lot of sports drinks.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You've been afflicted with gigacock syndrome. It just means that you've got this giant cock that never goes flaccid, and that everyone is just going to really want to have sex with you. And it's like, well, all right, then.
The doctor just, like, slowly raises one hand, like, oh, bye. Oh, bye. Oh, damn it. People in chat, I know I've read this fanfic. I'm sure that's been a thing in many things. Dick Fight Island, let's go.
I would so watch that rather than Love Island. Everyone in this fucking country is obsessed with Love Island. They're always talking about Love Island, the drama on Love Island. I would rather have Love Island where it's all blokes and all they have to do is do sword fights with their cocks, and whoever wins takes home the gold and gets to date all the other guys.
Honestly, I don't know why we don't have more wild shit like that. Like,
it makes me really fun time. It makes me really envious of Japanese game shows and how fucking insane they get and how little limitations there are. I don't think they do it
as much anymore, but there used to be some really wild ones where it genuinely looked like people were getting into a lot of pain in situations and shit where it's like, no wonder they don't do them anymore. But man, they used to do the wild ones where the ground would fall out under people and shit. They'd be in a slide, but at the same time, you never know if that person is okay. Like, somebody has a bad back and they've just randomly been like, by the way, we dropped you down a slide for the fun of it. Since you're a celebrity, everybody's just going to laugh at you hurting yourself.
I think really the biggest one we have is like either Naked Attraction or I'm a Celeb. But I'm a Celeb isn't even that insane. It's just sort of like making celebrities do water sports and swim with crocodiles. But those crocodiles are well fed, so it doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, we want real danger. We want to go back to, like, the original gladiatorial games. But with big fights. And blackjack.
With blackjack and hookers.
At some point, we've got to get there, man. We're at, like, late stage capitalism. Let's go. You remember when, like, Squid Games came out and people were like, man, that's wild. And then there was the second wave where everyone was like, where do I sign up? I'm so done working a 9 to 5.
Much debt.
The chance.
The world is just as painful. I either get an easy out or I win however many hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, it just makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't you want to do Squid Game? I mean, one of my favorite I haven't actually finished the series. One of my favorite scenes is the one in the second episode where it's like genuinely a close vote as to whether they get to leave or not. You know, it's like, yeah, you're in this game where most likely you will die. You are being, you know, you fail a game and you will be shot to death. And they're just like, well, I mean, you know, like, I need the money.
Both sides have the positives and negatives. I think the best thing about that was them being like, you know what? Okay, yeah. Fuck it. We'll send you guys home for a little bit and let you see just how terrible life is in reality. And then you can.
And then everyone just comes. Yes, come crawling back.
Everyone goes home like, oh, thank God. I'm going to see my family. I'm going to tell them how much I missed them. I'm going to change. And then they get out and remember the debts that they have and the way that the world is. And they're like, you know what? Death is always an option. Death is always an option.
It's either I get an easy out or, hey, I mean, at least I'll be a lot richer or I'll be a lot less alive. Whichever one comes first, I think I'll be all right.
Either one solves the problem, unfortunately. I love the different directions this conversation has gone in already.
It's been less than an hour. We've had like British food, kebabs, micro penises, Squid Game.
I love that the fucking micro penis came from the fucking under the table thing as well.
Should I change the hashtag? I mean, guys, chat, is Fulgur just getting random recommendations or is the hashtag full of porn? I have looked at this hashtag across, this is our 6th episode now. I have looked at this hashtag so many times and I have never seen porn on here.
Full of NSFW.
It's full of NSFW. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't change it. Maybe I shouldn't change it just for the laughs.
People are saying it's me. Why is Twitter recommending this to me? This is the top. Like, the top thing, the top 3 things are okay. They're all related to, no, the top, like, 6 things. And then it turns into some dream SMP shit, which isn't too bad. But then, yeah, it starts to just immediately be like, porn every 5 things.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Did something to my body under the table today. Under the table. It's pickle emoji, peach emoji, pickle emoji. I'm not clicking view media. No, thank you.
Don't make me think about the pickle emoji.
That's the thing. It wasn't even an eggplant. How? Okay.
They're just, they don't feel the need to compensate. And you know, that I can really respect.
I mean, yeah. You gotta be proud of yourself if you can make jokes about it like that. More mojito.
More mojito. I'm just having beer. I'm having some IPA.
Oh, nice. You're the only person I know that actively drinks beer.
Beer is definitely my drink of choice. It didn't used to be. Like, I started out as a cocktails guy, but I don't know, beer is just so easy to drink. And you know, when I told my shrink, like, how much beer I drink, he was like, bro, that is way too much. And I was like, I don't really drink beer to get drunk. I just drink it because I enjoy the taste, you know.
Yeah, because beer doesn't really get you drunk.
Not really.
Yeah, it is more about the taste than anything.
It just makes you feel relaxed. And, like, when I drink beer, it's like as a soft drink almost. It's like I drink beer like I would drink Coke, you know. I just need a refreshing drink. I just have a beer.
British thing as well.
Yeah. Oh, God. I mean, you've seen the map of the UK, but with a marker for every single pub in the country.
Everywhere. Freaking everywhere.
Every single town.
The pub culture is wild.
I will never... It's the fact that in this country, you can legally drink from the age of, I think, 14 if you're with family and you have a meal, which is insane for a legal age to drink beer. Like, Jesus Christ. But, I mean...
I think the general idea of that is you're with your family, so as long as it's not too bad, it's okay.
Yeah,
like,
you just have a little
sip. I feel like they do that possibly in parts of Europe as well, where just like the general idea is just have a little wine on occasions. Don't actually like start to get drunk at that age.
Yeah,
but, like,
no, you're not out seshing when you're 14. Thankfully, you're just having a little sip. You know, I just saw someone in chat say Latin America, look away. I don't want to ask.
I saw some few like things coming up there where it was like, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
To be fair, what was the age? What was the first time you actually like either two things. One was the first age you bought alcohol for yourself and like got away with it, if it was like before 18. Two, what was the first age you actually like properly got drunk?
Okay, I think both were when I was 16. When I was 16, that was when I started drinking. I didn't start drinking properly, but that was when I had my first experience, and it was like you're hanging out with some adults, and one of them just brings out like, "Oh, this is my first liquor that I ever drank was butter shots, like butterscotch liqueur," and I really liked that because it wasn't all that strong. It was just sort of like sweet, but definitely got me drunk quite quickly. And that was the day that I discovered every time I start my day, if I'm drinking, if I start with a spirit, my asshole starts burning for some reason. And it still does that to me now, but it just feels warm. I don't know why. If I drink beer, it doesn't do that. But spirits, wine, whatever, suddenly it's like my butthole just gets really warm all of a sudden. I don't know why. It's just a side effect of when I have my first drink. It's like, oh, there it goes again.
I see. That sounds like the start of a fucking doujin or fanfiction as well.
I can imagine some super long Japanese name that translates directly to, uh-oh, my asshole burns when I drink.
Reborn in another world, but I'm a porn star now because my asshole literally becomes a toy when I drink. Oh my god.
It's not painful. Not a painful burning sensation. It just feels like I've had a really fresh fart and it's like slightly warm afterwards. You know what I mean?
That is interesting. I don't think I've ever felt other than like when I eat like vindaloo or something and you like have that type of yeah. That's when I know that kind of shit. I've never felt like my butt just get warm. Normally it would be like my cheeks, if anything.
Oh, that's cute.
The other cheeks, I should say.
I was about to make fun of you, like bro blushes when he gets drunk, but no, in fact, he just has a really warm ass.
Ooh, steamed hams, steamed buns.
But yeah, I think the first time that I like have I ever like gone to an offie and like tried to, you know, get away with, but I don't think I have, because I was like a you know, too nervous at the time. I would always just hope that one of my friends who had an idea or who was of age would wind up just getting it and bringing it back to me. You know, I would never be one of those kids. I actually had a few years ago, like I went to Sainsbury's and some kids were hanging out. It was like, "Oh mate, are you how old are you, mate?" And I was like, "I'm 387." And they were like, "All right, well, you know, whatever. Can you buy some cigarettes for us?" And I was like, my boys, you need. This is a dark path. You need to turn away from that, and so I just let them suffer outside. That's a lie. I just kind of ignored them. But you know, I wasn't about to launch into some kind of like giant rant to these children about why they shouldn't smoke. But you know, they were out there trying to bum some cigarettes off me, and I was like, nah, not today.
Nah, fuck off. Get your own cigarettes, kids. Or better yet, don't.
Better yet, don't. You know, I've never smoked in my life. I've never smoked, you know, but the thing is, right, very recently I went to this, I'd never been to a casino before, and I went to a casino and I was just hanging out in there, and I found I've never gambled either, so I didn't really do much of that. I just kind of looked around and I was like, shit, this is nice, and I found a bar on the top floor, and in that bar they were selling like cigars, like very expensive cigars, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll give it a try. And I just had to go with a cigar, you know. And it tasted alright, you know. It was kind of interesting. I was like, I don't really get the appeal. And then I got that cigar sickness, you know, where you get really dizzy, and I was like, oh god. And so I just kind of laid it down, you know, went to the bathroom, but ever since then, I've had this weird feeling like whenever I see someone smoking, I'm like, I could go for a smoke, and I'm like, I've literally smoked once. Brain, what the fuck are you doing to me? I've had a cigar once. Cigars are less addictive than cigarettes, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing to myself? So it was that moment I decided, like, nah, I am not touching that shit again. You know, it was nice the one time, but nah, I don't want to do that.
Nah, you never want to get addicted to anything like that. With smoking, like I find it just disgusting. I hate the smell. I've had like people breathe smoke into my face before, which has pissed me the fuck off.
I had someone do that before, yeah. It's like
that is just an instant, okay, we're fucking throwing hands at that point.
Yeah. Have you ever got in a fight before?
Southeast London, mate.
it's kind of a trick question.
I've had knives pulled on me like 6 times.
Holy
That's when the fight ends, man. But yeah, there's always someone drunk on Southeast London buses trying to start a fight with people, man.
Oh god, yeah, no. Like whenever someone's like out looking for a fight, I'm always sort of I'm always like very timid, you know. I just kind of keep my hands in my pockets. I kind of look away, you know. And I think I've managed to avoid most fights. I've been beaten up a couple of times, but I've never really like fought back, you know, or at least recently, you know. Obviously, there's a lot of shit in the last few hundred years where I sort of fought a lot of people, but ever since then, I've sort of been a more sensitive guy, and there have been a few times where someone has just decided to give me shit and I just don't really know what to do. You know, I don't really want to kind of punch back or anything. I just kind of sit there and take it until someone helps me out, you know? So I feel like if I grew up where you were growing up, I probably wouldn't have lasted all that long.
I think you'd have been fine. You'd have been like molded in it. It'd have been great.
I was born in Southeast London, molded by it.
I didn't see a non-rainy day until I was like 45. Oh man.
It is interesting how easy it is to make, like, you know, it's like the amount of times that on stream, you know, various people have made jokes about, like, England's problem with knife crime, and yet it's such, like, a serious issue for us, and how there are so many murders every year with knives, and yet, like, it's just, because we're British, it's like we're kind of just available to be made fun of at every possible opportunity. Like, it's probably the least controversial thing to make fun of British people, which is kind of fair enough, really.
Yeah. Same as, you can just make fun of that kind of shit, because it's like, it's not funny, but at the same time, it's kind of something we've done to ourselves and we haven't fixed it yet.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It reminds me of, I swear, there's some statistic I heard once that at one point in British history, London had a higher murder rate than New York, even though New York has guns and London doesn't. And I was like, fucking hell, you know, this country is kind of fucked, actually. You know, we like to look down on America for everything going on over there, but Jesus Christ, you know, we have it bad as well.
I think anywhere there's like a big population density. Like, have you ever heard of the rat something? They put rats in like little houses where they had like everything they possibly needed, but put them in like tiny little living conditions.
Rat park, yeah.
Yeah. That kind of shit. When you're surrounded by people too much, you just end up losing yourself and just hating everything around you. That's why when I got the choice to like live anywhere, the idea was like, no, never a city, never again. I hate people. In London, you leave your house even at 4 a.m. There'll be like a couple of people on the road wherever you fucking are. You can't ever get away from people, and it sucks. Ugh.
Yeah, honestly, like where I'm living in the city at the moment, what I've been experiencing is that everyone is so inconsiderate, and it really pisses me off. Like a lot of the time, like the amount of time you'll get off the train and there will be someone with like their nose about 1 inch from the door and they'll try to get on before you've even managed to get off. People who like people who just are looking at the ground and just bump into you and don't apologize when they push past you. When you go into a restaurant or you go into like a cafe, you're just trying to get some food and sit down and quickly eat something before you go somewhere else, and half the tables are taken up by people who aren't even eating. They're just sat on their phones. It's just, I don't know what it is about a big city, but people become more inconsiderate and they become more just you know,
desensitized to everything. Because I mean, when you've got that many people living together, you go out at night and you're going to see people that are drunk being inconsiderate dickheads because they're just inebriated. You're going to see people that have had way too much to drink and are just pissing in the middle of the street. You're going to see like people fighting, being angry, hating each other, pushing past each other, being dickheads. And yeah, getting into fights is like a natural thing as well. Like you see fights constantly. And so yeah, everything just keeps going up and people keep getting angrier and angrier with one another and repressing rage and just being like, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. get the fuck away from me. Until one day they break and yeah, fight back against someone else.
Oh God, I was gonna say something. I was gonna say something, but I can't remember what it is. Fuck me. You were talking and then I saw a fly like appear next to me and I was like, oh shit! And then suddenly I've just completely lost my train of thought.
Foxy becoming a cat. It's like, huh.
Everyone already calls me a cat. It's like there's no escape from the cat/dog boy comparison.
It's always one or the other, which is sad because I mean, then you've got people that just try to associate themselves with anything other than a cat and a dog, and people will still decide whether they're a cat or a dog. You have an emote for it. You brought this on yourself, brother.
I asked my members about which emotes they wanted, and Akunya was one of them. And I'm a man of the people. Okay, you can't give me shit for that. I gave them what they wanted, and I played Stray, and I wore the cat ears, and I went nya whenever anything happened.
Fair.
Did you play Stray as well?
Stray does get you like that. Yeah, I think I was the first person to play it in EN.
Oh, nice. It was a very interesting game. I mean, now hear me out. Personally, I thought Stray was kind of mid, and maybe that's
very mid.
Maybe that's a controversial opinion among some people, but for my money, I feel like having a cat that is a genuine selfless hero sort of forgets about what cats are actually like. Like, it's like what Donkey said when he was reviewing the game. He was like, if a cat saved the world, they would either do so by accident or because they wanted to get some milk.
Exactly.
I
think that's why like the first hour of that game is the best thing for me, because you start like with another bunch of cats and it's like, you have a meow button, let's fucking go. And
you're running around.
Yeah, you first get into like the dystopian area and the first thing it teaches you to do is to like knock pots off of the thing and listen to them crash down to the ground. And then you first find like things that aren't cats and you can like trip them up by running in between their legs. That's the cat experience. And then they give you like 5 more hours of trying to be a hero in stealth sections, and it's like, I didn't sign up for this. I was not here for this.
It becomes very Ubisoft in like the latter 80% of the game, and it's just, I don't know, like as a cat, what I would want, I feel like the ideal way for Stray to be is if it was like Little Nightmares. You know, a story told purely visually where the cat is just running around in a world all of its own, but surrounded by a human world. And maybe it is a dystopia and you've got like, you know, human shit that's going on, you know, wars and uprisings, dystopia, whatever. But the cat just thwarts evil at every turn purely by accident. Like the cat is chasing a mouse, but in chasing the mouse it knocks something off that like just bumps the leader of the enemy resistance on the head, and suddenly the political scope of the entire world changes because the cat was in the right place at the right time. I just think that would be so funny.
That would have been, yeah, fucking hilarious if the whole time, because you immediately like find that robot who like guides you around everywhere. It'd be great if that robot was constantly telling you exactly why you have to do this to save the world, but it had to like use a little like laser pointer to get you to go in the right direction, chase the right thing. It would occasionally like throw out a little ball and have you chase it. Like you're completely just saving the world by accident. And at the same time, this robot is continuously coming over to you and being like, good job, you managed to do it. You saved the entire world. You managed to assassinate that leader over there. And now we're going to take over. Good job, kitty. And the kitty's just like still sucking his own tail.
He has no fucking idea what's going on. Like he receives this giant speech about how he's a hero that saved the world, and he just goes, wow, and then that's just the end of it.
Honor by our side. Here's a giant cat bed for you. The cat just immediately knocks the bed off the edge, starts tearing it up. Perfect.
That's just that little thing where a cat like knocks a shampoo bottle off the sink, just smacks it once with its hand and it falls over. Cats are so... I think cats and dogs have such a similar appeal, but for completely different reasons. Like both cats and dogs are hilarious and endearing because they're stupid, but dogs are honest stupid and cats are dishonest stupid. Like a cat thinks they're
smarter than you.
They think they're hot shit. A cat thinks that it runs the world. It knows exactly what it's doing. It's so smart. It's unbeatable. And yet a cat will also get distracted by a bright light, and it will just become slightly distracted by a piece of fabric that looks odd. Whereas a dog is honest stupid, where it kind of knows that it's stupid, but all it does does is it just follows around the things that it likes. Like if you show food to it, it'll be like, oh my god, and that kind of thing. I think that's probably why we're so drawn to them, is that they just don't really give a shit about anything. Dogs don't give a shit anything other than you, and cats don't give a shit about anything other than themselves, even if they are really stupid at the same time.
Exactly. Cats, if you try to reward them, they'll be like, yeah, that's as you should, dumbass human. Dogs, if you reward them, they're like, really? This is from me? Oh my god, this is the best day of my life. Oh my god. I love you, human. Like that shit. Oh man, that's why I love dogs. Dogs are too good for us.
That's so sweet. Oh god. Let me get another. I'm gonna get another drink. I'm gonna have another beer. Oh.
I just got the chewiest bit of pineapple I've ever had in my life.
Ugh.
Much better. Yeah, I'm eating a bunch of fruit slices with this too. And yes, chat, I would be a dog. I'm definitely not a cat boy. You were drunk just days ago? Yeah, Vox has been having a drunk week.
Yeah, I have. It's just, listen, it's just the way these things go, you know? And at least this time, I've had a really nice amount of food before I started. Unlike on Show's stream where I was genuinely about 4 Doritos in my stomach and that was it. And I had I had like 3 or 4 G&Ts and then I was like fine. And then by the end, I was like, oh. You know, it's just one of those things with scheduling where if you can't manage your own time, then sometimes you have to turn up for something you're just not ready for. And that isn't Shoto's fault. That's my fault. You know, you wake up at some point. I woke up literally like 15 minutes before we started. I didn't have time to get anything to eat. I didn't have any. I had some oats, but I didn't have any milk, so I couldn't make porridge. And I, you know, and that was that. The only thing I had was a bag of chili heat wave Doritos, and I tried to eat as many of them as I could, but it wasn't enough. And so I sat there and I just got drunk and then fell asleep for about 6 hours. Woke up horribly hungover at about 1 in the morning.
Oh, that's the worst. When you get drunk too fucking early.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the 2 options. Either try to stay awake until the right time and like keep drinking other things to keep you going.
That was my whole day.
Just give up and just wake up at like 3 to 4 a.m. Ugh.
That was my whole day. I woke up at 1 p.m., jumped on, like 1:45 p.m., jumped on call, streamed with Show for about 4 hours, got too drunk, fell asleep. That was my whole day. Jesus.
It's a good day, to be fair. You have to have those kinds of days every once in a while. Definitely not a thing you want to repeat like more than once a month, but every now and then you're just like, you know what? Today is for fucking drinking. And tomorrow maybe for fucking recovering. This is my next 2 days planned. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Someone has had the audacity to ask why I'm always out of milk, and I will fucking tell you. It's because milk is such a great beverage, and I think I actually got that wrong. I did have milk for porridge, I just didn't wind up making any porridge. The thing is, right after I woke up at like 2 a.m., in order to get that shitty like alcohol taste out of your mouth when you're hungover, I drank an entire bottle of milk.
Oh, damn.
I do that all the time. Like, if I'm really just feeling shit, I'm like, man, milk is so good. I'm just like, I just lie on my sofa watching TV, just drinking milk straight out of the bottle. I am a cat, aren't I? Fuck me.
Yeah, you are a cat boy. Let's be fair. Oh, man. That might be like a British thing, to be fair, as well, because there are certain things where if I eat them, I need milk with them. Pretty much anything sweet, especially peanut butter. Like if I just have a peanut butter sandwich without jelly, oh man, I need milk with that. Like it just clears the mouth so good. I like pretty much.
That's why I like
anything
beer.
Spicy. I like just like a nice little mouthful of milk at the end of it.
I think at the end of the day, that's why I like beer, is that it feels like a palate cleanser. You know, when you're having some sort of a savory, slightly sweet dinner, you know, maybe a burger. Beer just sort of washes all of that out, and it tastes so wonderful at the same time.
Especially when you find like the right beer to like pair with things.
Yeah.
Like same for wine. Like I recently, and like this is only thanks to fucking NIJISANJI in the job, first time I've ever had like an actual good steak. And even then, it was only because one, it's a tax write-off, because I'm using it. It's like, I really need this T-bone steak. It's a tax write-off, I swear, because it's for an Alan Bink recording. Like I could prove that it was for a piece of recording thing, but at the same time, yeah, it's the first time I've ever had like a really fancy steak, and I was like, I literally sat there googling, what type of wine goes well with this type of steak? And yeah, I had to like Google that, like look up the type of wine and go out and buy that. And I was like, oh, now I get it. I fucking get it. You have like a mouthful of steak followed by a mouthful of wine. And it's like, oh, it actually does work well. It's a palate cleanser, but they also like enhance each other. It's so good.
For my money, I think the greatest combination, and it's because it's Italian food with an Italian beer. I think either pizza or pasta with Peroni is so beautiful. Especially, I don't know if you've ever had a Peroni Gran Riserva. It's like an expensive type of Peroni where they have this. It's sort of like a darker bottle. They call it like golden hour in a bottle. And whenever I have that, I just ooh. They used to have it when I used to live near a Waitrose, and like once every few months or so, I'd have enough and I would go there and I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna do my grocery shopping at Waitrose this month, and I'd be like, shit, I'm feeling like a baller right now. Across the road was Lidl, and that was where I did my grocery shopping most of the time.
I know, right? Lidl and Audi. Oh my god, the fucking money savers. And oh god, what was the other one? Netto's.
It's insane.
I grew up with Audi, Lidl, and Netto's, and then yeah, you get to that point where you're like, maybe I'll try Iceland. Maybe
I can afford Sainsbury's this week. Who knows?
While I was in London, I never got to that point of like, Sainsbury's? Waitrose? Like those were like far distant like dreams.
Oh god, it's like every once in a while, it's like, you know what? We're going to Waitrose this time. And they always had that, my favorite beer, and I was like, fuck yeah. You know what's annoyed me about where I've moved now is that the only supermarkets that are really close to M&S, and M&S is more expensive than Waitrose, but is nowhere near as good.
That's wild, yeah, because I remember one of the places I worked used to always have like M&S sandwiches when we had meetings, and they were fucking terrible.
Yeah,
they were honestly terrible.
You know,
like I had a pret-a-manger sandwich before, and that shit tastes like fucking godly nectar. Oh. But M&S, just for how expensive it was as well, and they used to always have those really nice adverts. Anything I've ever actually had from M&S was just like, eh.
Yeah, M&S
why
is just
a fancy place.
It's not the one, but whenever I go to M&S to do my grocery shopping, like I'll do it, and I'll get like a week's worth of groceries. You know, it's like a decent amount. You know, food. You know, a couple of meals for each day, maybe some cereal, maybe a few beers, whatever. And at the end of it, it's like 70, 80 quid. And I'm like, fucking hell. You know, like if my past self, before I was financially comfortable, saw this, he would strangle me.
Yeah.
Whereas Waitrose is like slightly less expensive, but the quality of the food there is just insane. And speaking of Pret, yes. I like one of my favorite places to go. Like if you've got a little bit of money and you want something like a healthy lunch, Pret is really good, especially like the soup. Yeah. And they had that like really healthy popcorn as well.
Pret is actually really good for like giving you healthy stuff, but yeah, so expensive. And they do like the whole Subway thing, but without the whole like Subway bread is actually technically legally cake because that has so much sugar and preservatives.
What? Is that real?
Yeah, I forget where it was. I think it was Scotland or somewhere. It's somewhere where they had to legally like not call Subway sandwiches made of bread anymore. They have to be technically labeled as cake because there's just so much calorie and sugar content in it.
That is true. Subway bread is not bread. Irish court rules.
Even better.
That is insane.
That's amazing. Yeah, unlike that, they do the same thing where like everything is fresh made that day. And Pret-a-Manger, they do this really nice thing where anything that's not sold at the end of the day, they try to give it to local like homeless shelters. They have like one of the members of staff actually go ahead and donate them if they can, rather than just throwing it all out at the end of the day, which so many other places do.
It's such a wonderful thing to do because like I've lived in a lot of different parts of the UK, and I have never lived in a place that does not have a pretty severe homeless problem. It's a really like nasty thing in the UK to like go out. If you go out anywhere, you know, you live in any sort of somewhat densely populated area, you will encounter a homeless person who's you know, begging for money, begging for food, whatever. And that's not even all of it, because there's so much that you don't see. There are so many of them who are in shelters, or so many of them who are in places where they don't want to be seen. It's terrible, you know, but also it's you know, it's difficult when one of them does beg you, that you have to wonder, is my money going to go towards giving them food and a room, or is it going to, you know, or is it going to fund an addiction? It's a really terrible thing where there's not a lot you can do other than donate to the right charities. And you know, and or places like Pret, which actually try to just directly give food to them. You know, that's the right thing to do, at least in my mind.
Yeah, and people that actually like try to get them actually homed. I can't remember where it was, but I remember there was some place where they were trying to like use funds that are supposed to be like housing the homeless, and instead what they were doing were building those little things where they have little spikes on the ground to make sure that homeless people don't set up camp there or lay there.
Hell. It's such a big thing in the UK to have businesses just put spikes anywhere that a homeless person could possibly find a place to sleep. You know, it's like, yeah, they might be able to find somewhere warm.
We'll just make sure that they don't hang around us.
It is bizarre, isn't it? The fact that so many homeless shelters will charge for a room. You know, I feel like that sort of defeats the purpose, really, because all that does is really encourage them to beg, and that puts them in harm's way. You know, if you would want to genuinely support the homeless, you would just have a certain number of rooms that goes essentially either first come, first serve, or based on who needs it the most, rather than just, you know, the amount of time someone will come up, let's say, hey, I need, you know, 50p, 8 quid, however many more to get a place to sleep tonight, you know, and all their only option is to beg. It's really dehumanizing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, certainly the area I was, yeah, you knew the homeless people that hung out like outside the train stations and certain bus stops and everything. But you recognized them because they were always fucking there. Like the people that were regulars there just wouldn't give them money anymore because, I mean, yeah, it was just they were always there. They never moved on. So it would just be people who were passing through who would give them things.
I can't imagine
Shit's
sort of
fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been through quite a bit, you know, in my many hundreds of years of being alive, but I can't imagine being just haunting one place and having really nowhere else to go for that many years. I think I'd lose hope so fast if that was the only thing I had to deal with, you know?
Depressing topic.
It's a depressing topic. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Hell yeah.
So this is a question. I've always wondered, this is from Kami-sama on Twitter. I've always wondered about Fuchan's first thoughts on Vox and his current viewpoint of him.
My first viewpoint on you. Honestly, like I heard you talk about the very realistic parts of it a couple of months ago, where you were talking about when I first showed up, you were like, is this guy going to come in and steal my fans? Is he going to absolutely destroy me? Like my first viewpoint, like the first thing I ever heard from you was just like the little voice grabs that we always do. So you being like, oh, well, speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil.
And I just heard that and I was like, oh, this is going to be my counterpart? I'm fucked. Like, damn, his voice is so fucking sexy. His model is so freaking cool. He looks like fucking Hua Chung.
Hua Chung, yeah.
My favorite novels, like with the long dark hair. And I was like,
genuinely, like you're not even wrong. The amount of times I've seen art of Hua Chung and retweeted it, thinking it was art of me.
I've seen you do that. Yeah, it's like,
yeah, that's definitely me.
I'm like, does he realize this is my boy Hua Hua? It's so funny. Oh man, but yeah, no, that was my first impression. I was just like, oh, I hate this. I'm gonna be forever seen as like the inferior Lambro. I'm so angry. Why would they put me against this guy? Why wouldn't they put me against like somebody else, somebody simple to fight against? But yeah, no, then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna lean into that. I'm just gonna be chill. I don't really care. Like NIJISANJI is just such a nice place to just if you get into NIJISANJI, honestly, you're doing fine for like whatever you do. You just have to, from that point, decide. Like I've said this to you and the Luxiem boys before, and I've said this on my own channel before, but I think only on membership streams, is that because Luxiem did so well, I feel like the pressure was off for Noctix. Well, I personally showed up and I was like, because I had even said during the interview process, it was just straight up like, I'm never going to have a big fan base, but I want to have a fan base that are like devoted. I want to be devoted to my fans and give them what they want, and like I'm going to be into specific interests, and I'm not going to hide the weird specific interests that I'm into. It's going to scare away the masses, but the people that do show up are going to be people that like the kind of things that I like, and because of that, we're all going to feel quite closely knit because of that. And because of that, I was able to see you guys blowing up and just be like, oh, sweet, the pressure's off. They're going to be like massive I'm going to fade into the shadows of obscurity. It's going to be fucking great. So yeah, at first it was like a scare thing where it was like, oh no, that's too much pressure. And then I was just like, no, fuck that. That's a good thing. I never wanted to get into this to be like massive. I wanted to get into this to just be able to share my interests and have a good time. And it really was like, we've talked about this a lot, like in private, the fact that most of us came from places where we weren't sure who we could trust in the communities around us. And we weren't sure who we could reach out to, who was just trying to use us, and if we'd look like we were using other people. And so getting into NIJISANJI is just like, hey, these people have to work with us.
They're contractually obligated. They don't have a choice. It's not my fault.
If I reach out to them, sure, they could say no, but they can't say, oh, you disgusting leech, go away from me. We're all in the same company. So I could just keep reaching out to them and be like, hey, guys, you want to play some Among Us? I mean, just want someone to backstab, please.
Among Us VR is looking really good. But you know, the interesting thing is that I think that you and I are really similar in that way. Like, the fact is, I think that it's so interesting because I think that everyone who joins NIJISANJI does so with a very different idea of how they want to promote themselves as opposed to what they wind up doing after a little while. I mean, you know, like when I first joined, it was like, I want to do like ARGs and lore every day and all of this kind of stuff. And then suddenly, you know, I'm in a really different position. And I think also, you know, you and I have a similar sort of thing where one of my favorite things to do is to kind of introduce my audience to things they would never have normally seen. You know, some of my more niche interests, like sort of art films, obscure games, memes, humor, everything like that, TV shows. But then also, I think being a part of Luxiem adds like a little bit of extra pressure. And maybe I adapted to that well, maybe I didn't, you know, by sort of like trying to adapt to that idea of what gets good viewership, what doesn't. And I really admire the way that you sort of went into this with a vision and just sort of did exactly what you wanted to do. You were like, I am going to share my interests, I'm going to play my favorite games, and I am going to write a story. And that's all, you know. And I really admire how like you just have this really devoted fan base who love you for having done that. And I think that without NIJISANJI, it's so difficult to grow something like that, where all you are is yourself, but people love you for being yourself. Like, for me, when I first joined, I was like, I need to be this like super mysterious daddy character who everyone is like, oh my god, he's so cool. Oh my god, he played Dark Souls for 8 hours in his first week. Oh my god, he did this. When in reality, I'm a fucking like impossibly like a neurodivergent gamer who barely remembers to wash himself and wakes up 10 minutes before stream and cries every day. And people like, but the weird thing is that when that becomes public knowledge, everyone is like, hey, we like you anyway. I was like, huh? You know, but they do, and it's bizarre, you know, and it makes me really happy to know that more people inevitably in the future will join NIJISANJI, and they will then get to have that realization of, maybe I feel I should be this, but people actually love me when I am who I really am, you know.
That's the thing, yeah. There are so many people who, like you said, think they're going to have to like market themselves a certain way and then realize that that's like crushing them in some way, that they are not being themselves, that they are not able to grow an audience that way because it's feeling a bit fake. It's feeling too hard to deal with to keep the persona on continuously. And they let the mask slide a little bit and reveal a bit of their true selves. And then bit by bit, they realize that people don't care about that. Like, I remember one of the things I really tried to hide when I joined was my fucking wheezing laughter. I was like, that's so fucking unattractive. If I do that once in front of people, like it's like a snort, people are going to laugh at me and hate it. And I think it was like within the first 2 weeks anyway that it came out for the first time. And like one of my biggest clips was people like laughing at my laugh and enjoying that. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how much I got bullied in school for that shit? Do you know how much people used to hate that shit?
Your laugh is the greatest fucking thing. It just lightens up any situation. And I had the same thing. I remember before I debuted, I was chatting with my friends and I genuinely said like, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing here. Like, do I want to be this mysterious character? Because to be honest, when I laugh or when I get excited, my voice gets really high-pitched. And I was like, do they want that? Surely I should have a deep voice all the time. Surely I should have this deep, like, Daddy Dom voice 100% of the time. But then it turns out people absolutely love it when I see that picture of that content-aware scale dog, and I start honking in this really high-pitched voice. You know,
that shit was hilarious, man. And then you posted it on Twitter, and people were like, "This is what I am."
That's all it was. It was the sequence of events.
You laughing becomes funnier than the actual original thing, which is even better. People are just laughing at you laughing at that point because it's like the dog is kind of silly, but at the same time, the way Vox enjoys it so much, that's what makes us happy.
That dog absolutely killed me because I was just sat and I saw this image of a dog shitting on the floor, and I was like, all right, that's funny. And then I see the magic bot slowly working, and I was like, what the hell's gonna go on? I see this dog just get put through a fucking hydraulic press and come out looking like fucking Earthworm Jim, and it just absolutely killed me. I've never laughed that hard on stream before, and I hope I get to laugh that hard again because it was fantastic. I've watched clips of that a bunch of times, and I listened to it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm so glad I was having a good time, you know, and that people like actually enjoyed that as well.
We get like a bunch of us together, that kind of feeling ends up happening. We get to the point where we forget we're streaming, and
we're just gaming.
That's probably one of the weaknesses of us as NIJISANJI members, is that there gets to a point, especially when Luca's around, where we just start sharing memes ourselves on the Discord server that would get us in trouble if we shared on the stream, because it's like, well, you can't just show that. It's like, it's not your property. Meanwhile, we're laughing our asses off and just having to describe things to people like, no, you have to see it. You have to see it. Look, this person posted on Twitter. Now you get it right. Now you get it right.
It's those big Tatsumachis are basically just a bunch of really unhinged friends having a Discord call, and then every once in a while we remember, oh yeah, thousands of people are listening. By the way, this is happening. You know, we just kind of forget that any of that is happening, and we're just fucking hanging out. And it's incredible because when I joined NIJISANJI, I was like, I want that kind of an environment. You know, I want to just be able to hang out with the boys, the bros, the gang, you know, we just sort of fuck around and we hang out, we post jokes, and we just fuck with each other all the time, and that's that. And I thought when I joined, I was like, is this gonna be too professional? Like, especially because Luxiem were the first boys to join a group of all girls, and it was like, surely
I can't imagine how terrifying that was for the girls.
It was a little scary, you know, because I think that what they were experiencing as well is the fact that, like, yeah, we've had like this unity of being all girls, and then having like 5 lads join, especially Luxiem, who are like the boys, you know. I think it's interesting how Noctics have like that whole found family vibe, you know, and you guys are like very emotionally connected to one another, and you have like this really wonderful dynamic and stuff. Whereas Luxiem are just like a bunch of young blokes who are just like, where are all the fires in this town? What the fuck is going on, mate? You know, and we just sort of
really lightning in a bottle kind of thing, because you guys are so different but work together so well with your different comedy styles.
It's I think what sums it up the best is that, to me, I think Luxiem's personality was cemented when we had our first Minecraft collab, where it was 1 week after debut. The first week we had our prop night one, which was a big part of it, but then in the second week we had our Minecraft collab, where we had me making all of my disgusting, dirty jokes, Mr. being just loud and unhinged, Ike being like, I hate it here, Luca pranking everyone, and Shu just calmly farming in the corner, just not minding any of it happening. That entire collab just told everyone, this is Luxiem, these are our personalities, get used to it. And ever since then, it's just felt so easy to be ourselves, you know.
You 5 just work together so well as a group. Whereas I feel like with Noctics, we don't necessarily entertain so well as a group. We have moments that are fucking hilarious, but we're more just like 5 guys who look after each other, like in the back end. Like, we still have our individual chat where we're just constantly just talking to each other, talking about like the harder parts of streaming, how many things we have going on at once, and like looking after each other's mental health and being just really close, separated from other people sometimes. Where I feel like we are definitely more introverted than you guys, because I always see you guys in like the hangout chats and everything as well, and it's always like, yeah, I just post this on the Noctis group instead and be like, hey, check this out. So yeah, we love that kind of shit in our own way, where we're just like, oh, it's better to like keep this shit like offline, keep this to ourselves. Whereas you guys are very much like boisterous, extroverted kind of thing, full of energy.
It always makes me wonder, like, how many memes get shared that I don't see? And that upsets me.
Oh, true.
You know? I just think about it and it's like, because for me, when I'm online, excuse me. Okay, when I'm online on Twitter and I see something funny, I have to share it. I have to send it to somebody, whether it's like a DM, whether it's in a server, whether it's something. And then I sit there and I think about it. It's like, how many times does someone go on Twitter and find something funny? I don't see it. You know, that just lives inside my head rent-free because there are so many things that just genuinely kill me laughing that I may never get to see, you know?
I feel like that happened like when Noctix first joined. I feel like we actually brought more people together because we were like all introverted in our own ways. Like I feel like there were little groups that started to form there where we started to bring people who were introverted in their own ways in NIJISANJI into like the main group with each other and get them to start to hang out with more people. And then because of that, like we became a big group with like the 5 waves. And now that there's a 6th wave, it's just like there's so many people, it's hard to keep everyone together. And so like things have started to get a bit more separated again as well. I don't know. It's interesting to see what's going to happen as things just get bigger and bigger. How hard it is to like keep up with everyone. Like there are probably so many things that I just never see going on. Oh, we're at the table now.
We got some takoyaki for you, buddy, and I'm just here sipping my milk.
You got milk for daddy.
For daddy, of course.
Yo, that man on the front is strong looking.
Strong man. Milk for daddy.
Oh yeah, that'll give you the calcium.
We had this. I told Fuchan about this before, and now the person drew these assets for this stream, and it was obviously the takoyaki and the Manhattan, which are for you. And then I thought about the milk, and I thought the milk was meant to be for me because of this one tweet I made where post nut I always have this like obsession with milk. But then you also had the thing where when you went for your big long break, you came back and were like, I got the milk.
No, I specifically said I wasn't bringing back the milk. That was the funny thing. Everybody, like, when I left was like, you got to bring back the milk, right? Because that's the joke I made. It's like, I'm just like everybody's dad. I'm going to get the milk, and will I be back? I don't know. And yeah, that became like a running joke. Like, he's bringing back the milk, isn't he? He's got to bring back the milk. Especially since I said, like, I'll be gone for like 4 weeks. Ish. We'll see what happens. Like, I never had a finite, like, I'm coming back date. So it was just like, oh, no. He really is like dad for real, for real.
Fuchan, he just came and went. But I think there's some, like...
I mean, just like a daddy.
There's some healing in that, though, you know. And having a specific date where you know you're coming back, I think it adds, like, a level of anxiety to the whole break thing. Because it makes you feel like you need to make the most out of your break. And I envy Mr. because I saw his tweet today where he said that like he'd been to a place where he pretty much didn't have access to the internet, and I was like, man, that must have been nice, you know.
Honestly, yeah, when my PC died for a week, that was the first time that I ever like stayed away from Totsumachis and everything since debuting, and I was like, oh my god, this is what it feels like when you actually have a life away from the computer. Like I couldn't write anything, I couldn't join Totsumachis, I couldn't just drop on Hangouts and chill. I was like, oh, this is what a holiday should have actually been, rather than me constantly being like, yeah, I could play that game that day. Oh, somebody's doing a Tatsumachi. Okay. Oh, Mr. Scared in a horror game right now. Let me jump in.
I have to say, I absolutely love that about you. The fact that you're so ready to just drop anything to join a Tatsumachi. Like, you're always around. If someone needs help, you're like, I'm there. Fuchan's around. He's going to help you get through whatever it is. You need company on stream? I'm here. And I don't know. It's a really like supportive feeling to be like, if I'm going to do a Tatsumachi, there is like a pretty high chance that Fuchan will show up. And it's just really nice to know that you're like so caring about your kohais and everyone else. You know, everyone in NIJISANJI knows that you're kind of looking out for them.
That's honestly like one of my favorite things. Is like, yeah, just seeing people do Tatsumachis always feels like a good feeling. So it's like, oh, if I like that game, then I definitely want to hop in. But if I don't and I see nobody's there, then even more so, it's like, oh, I want to hop in. I want to have like a nice general chat for a little bit. You get like some of the most natural feeling interactions there, and interactions between people you wouldn't normally expect. Like I saw recently, Kyo and Mister chatting while playing the washing simulator game. And I remember them just having like the realest chat about like life and being a VTuber and like depression and shit. And I was like, holy fuck. Like these two, I hadn't seen collab before that, and just getting to see them like be so real and raw at that point, it was like, oh yeah, this is what Totsumachis are all about. Just weird meetups that don't necessarily like look for each other to get together, but then when they do get together, you find like this lightning in a bottle moment where they're just chilling, they're just being honest, or they're just experiencing things you didn't expect. You're like, wow, these two work really well together. This 4 or 5 bounce off each other so well, and it's not a group that you naturally expect to do well together. That's always good.
I would say like the biggest example of that for me would have to be Niji Cancelled. Like I don't know how you, specifically, you, me, Selen, and Enna together have made such an incredible group, but I don't know how one group of people have such a similar sense of humor, and yet somehow managed, by putting ourselves under the banner of Niji Cancelled, managed to avoid getting cancelled every single time. It's fucking fantastic that we just get to kind of avoid that fear and just get to really bring our real sense of humor out. It's fucking fantastic. I think it's the kind of thing where it's a really normal thing to enjoy comedy that is very exploitative and offensive, but you understand that if you choose to watch it, that's on you. You know, a random person, like, no one wants to know or be the guy who is at a party and randomly tells a really charged and offensive joke to someone who's not ready for it. Like, that's gross. But if you're in a group called,
people out and nobody wants to be around you
it's
anymore.
like, dude, like at that point it's just attention seeking, and they're like, what, are you triggered? It's like, fuck off, you know, nobody cares. But if you're in a group called Niji Cancelled, you already assume that these people are going to be making some unhinged jokes, and so you can choose to watch that, just like you would choose to watch a comedian with like some pretty racy, offensive humor. And if you want to watch that, then it's pretty great, you know, to kind of just have this experience where you get to kind of laugh at some really nasty concepts. But in a way, I think that joking about very serious things makes them feel a little easier to think about, and it kind of makes things less scary in the grand scheme of things. Like, there might be some issue in the world that scares you to like half to death, and I know I feel that as well. But if someone's able to make like a good bit of humor about it and just fuck around and say like, hey, what about this, what about that, and it might be offensive, but then suddenly it feels a little bit smaller, and you can actually address it in a way that's more, you know, acceptable and easy. You know, at least that's how I feel. Not for everyone, but that's how I feel.
There are times when you're not gonna want to hear like a joke, like when the feeling is still too raw for you, even when you're not connected to it. But at the same time, if you're seeking out those jokes, that's kind of on you. If they're shoved into your face, then yeah, that hurts you.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to dark humor, it also like does a good job of like making you think about things that you maybe just weren't expecting. You go to a comedy show, like I mentioned Bo Burnham earlier, and like his song, like That's the Way the World Works, is such a perfect example of that, where it starts off with him and just a fucking sock puppet doing like an educational children's show kind of vibe. And then it turns into the twisted thing where it's like all about exploitation of people in weaker positions than you, whether you're like a rich person or an older person, a stronger person, of him just being like, what did you say to me? Yes, sir. That's right. That's the way the world works. It's like, holy fuck. Damn. But yeah, that makes you think about things you necessarily didn't think about before. And yeah, I think with Niji Cancelled, we do a good job of reining each other in as well. As we have me and Selen that do a good job of like saying some fucked up shit, but also playing the straight man a lot of times, of just being like, oh, I can't believe you said that. With you and Enna going like way deeper in like depression kind of humor and like darker in that kind of direction than I would normally. And you going like way deeper into like sexual stuff and like toilet humor than most of us would usually. And us all kind of like rising to the occasion and just laughing at each other, even though other people would possibly find it offensive. Like, so we all just like do a good job of just bouncing off of each other, but also like knowing when to change topics and move on kind of thing.
I can't stop thinking about when you, me, Selen, and Bobon were playing Overwatch. That was just the most funny shit I've ever... I don't know what happened to me that night, and I meant it. The one quote...
so broken.
The one quote that I remember from that whole stream, like, there was me screaming as Genji and me talking about Jeff Bezos' cock and all of that kind of shit. But there was that one line where I just said, I'm really sorry for being such a quirked up little white boy. And I... fucking meant it, because I just couldn't stop thinking about how it's like I just can't stop saying this shit. It was I felt like I was in such a safe environment where I could just let my sense of humor out, and I was already so tired that week. That stream took place at like 1 a.m. for me, but I was so happy to be there, you know, and I'd already had a terrible day in Overwatch Ranked, and I'd lost a bunch. Almost, I think I'm 1 game away from hitting Diamond, by the way, which is really exciting, so.
That's fucking impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that takes a while in that game. But yeah, that was another moment where, like, I didn't expect, like, adding Bobon to that group. It was just like, wow. He flowed, like, he started off just laughing, dying, wheezing. But by the end of it, like, he got into the vibe of it, and he was joking along with everyone else. And, like, you could tell, like, everybody was just letting their inhibitions go and just, like, realizing, okay, this is just, like, we don't even think about streaming at that point. We were just having fun, popping heads, doing whatever we do, chilling, and yeah, just genuinely like the BroTuber experience, because it was just like us just letting loose. Especially since you were talking about you having a bad day. Like I was coming towards the end of like my October thing where I did like 2 streams 3 times a week continuously throughout October because I missed the first week of October. So that for me was just like, yes, this is relaxation. I thought we were just going to do Junkenstein's Revenge. Like when Selene pitched the idea to us, she was like, oh, it'll be a short stream. Junkenstein's Revenge is like 20 minutes. We'll maybe do it 2 to 3 times and then we'll be done. And just nobody wanted to stop. We just kept going.
We just kept gaming.
For you, it was at like 5 a.m. and it was like, oh, he needs to chill. But I remember the funniest thing to me, the funniest quote from that one from me was Selene just at one point being like, Vox, you've been talking about your cock and jizz and other things for 30 straight minutes. Just everyone dying laughing like, yeah. Yeah,
I talked about the controversy with Jeff Bezos' dick pics. I talked about dropping Selene in a vat of acid. I talked about Torbjorn knowing how to please a woman.
Oh yeah, the Torbjorn thing, because I remember that came up with like fucking Shy Lily before that as well, where we were playing offline, and so I was sitting there listening to the same conversation you'd had about Torbjorn being incredibly virile. Like, oh, here we go.
He does have 8 kids. I mean, you don't have 8 kids without having some serious acumen with the ladies. I mean, Torbjorn does
not knowing how to use a, contraceptive.
Well, it's that, but also she's been through. I mean, unless she had twins, like she's been through the whole thing of being pregnant and giving birth to somebody 8 separate times. I mean, that's insane. You got to really love a guy to go through that. But Torbjorn is like, you'll take my seed and you'll do it properly. I will have a long and prosperous bloodline.
It's Torben time.
It's Tor. I'll never forget Sonny being like, say the line, Vox, and I don't know what it's Torben time is, and so I just say, I'm gonna come.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious, man.
Oh God, geez. I was gonna say something else, but I've completely forgotten what it is. I have to pee. If you could look after my chat for a little bit, I will be right back.
Okay, I will do my best. There he goes. He drank too much milk. He needs some milk. How are you guys doing, chat? The clam slam. Here we go. Fungus. I haven't heard that one in a while. Yo, that takes me back to debut. What are you guys up to? You got any questions for us? I'm going to be honest. I think I'm too drunk to be using Twitter. Even when I first started looking at Twitter, it was all porn for me. And then, yeah, now I've tried to go through it and it's like, oh no, I'm not touching these. Man. Currently, we have a whole theater to myself. Brilliant. Doing well, Futan. How are you holding your drinks? I'm good. I'm going to be wrecked after this, and it's pretty early in the day for me, so yeah. I'm doing that decision right now where do I sleep early or do I just keep drinking? Especially since I'm supposed to be, like, streaming early tomorrow as well. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Just came in here and I know everyone knows how to please a woman. Not necessarily is the thing. This is Voxy's decision. I think he just knows how to get a woman pregnant. That doesn't necessarily mean he knows how to please her. Those are 2 different things. I'm going to say thanks for providing great background. No problem. You guys do an off collab. Where do you want to go and what do you want to do? That's a good one. I'm going to save that one. That's the way the world works. That's how the world works. Imagine you both have the opportunity to travel. Oh, that's pretty much the same question, to be fair. Really hungry and your takoyakis look amazing. Takoyaki is one of the best foods in the world. Ah, it's so good. Boom. Has he shown? Wait, children question? What children question? No, I haven't heard that one, Hisuji Senpai. I have heard of D&D branded bubs before, though. Ooh. I mean, what would your position be? I mean, I know that's about bands, but I could read that a very different way. You have to answer what your impression is of Vox currently. Yeah, he kind of... That's one thing that happens with me and Vox a lot. He talks a lot, and I'm just kind of like, yeah. I fill in blanks every now and then, but most of the time, it's like, I just let Vox go. Vox is good enough of a talker on his own. Like, especially when we did the fucking, what's it called? Smash Bros tournament. Like, that was such a fun moment with him just, like, going off. So about that Folger Holland moment, that wasn't a Folger Holland moment. It was the same thing I've said multiple times, that I am going to have an Alan Bink thing at a certain holiday in the future. I didn't get why everybody reacted to that so much. The fact that it involves a T-bone steak isn't anything particularly new. If Niji got turned into kindergartens, who would give the most trouble? That's the children question? That's not very interesting, but okay, I'll load that one up. That works. We're back on screen. Yeah, it's weird that the chat keeps dying for some reason. You always said it like it was a joke. You gotten the new volume of SVSS yet? No, it's not supposed to come here for like another few weeks. It's so sad. It's so sad. What would you guys name your kids? Interesting. Try not to ask questions like specific to me right now. Like I'm hearing a lot of ones about Danmei and Donghua. And yeah, let's keep it to more open ones for now, for while we're on Vox's channel. We're gonna have Hozatsu done tomorrow, so save those one for then. You sound like the most put together drunk. Years of experience. Years of experience and working while drunk. If you were a dog, what type would you be? That's a good one. I'll save that one too. Now we've got lots of questions to go off on. I think that's a nice one as well, because that will also test how many dogs Voxy knows. And prove that he's more of a cat boy. Reactions to a Luna? They're fun. Irish buff. Working while drunk, he's just like me, for real, for real. Oh, man. It was your last day on Earth. What would be your last meal? That's deep. I like that. I've probably got it right in front of me, though, so I mean, that's kind of a spoiler. But I've already said continuously what my favorite food in the world is. Maybe not, though. Maybe I'd change it for the final meal in the world. Maybe I'd want to go out with, like, a big explosion. Make it something gassy. Then tell them, burn me. See what happens. Oh, man. Thanks for the interesting convo to help me through the rest of the workday. No problem. We're having a good time. Those takoyakis looking fine? Yeah. Whichever artist made these is so good. That Manhattan looks so good too. Oh my god, the rich redness. A little bit of yellow at the broken bottom. So good. Angriest you've ever been? God, that's a deep question. I think we might have seen Voxy's the other day when he had to literally give up on his stream. Man. I mean, I've actually gotten into fights with people before. Ah, Voxy's back! Hello.
Never ask a man his salary. Never ask a woman her age. Never ask Vox Akuma what happened on the 1st of November 2022.
True, true. That was a deep moment.
It's a memory I care not to relive.
It was a real shame too as well, because you'd offered me to like play it. I woke up at like 10:15.
I would have loved that. I would have loved that, but I was just yeah, no. I made it about 40 minutes in, and I don't know what it was. I couldn't find my network adapter, so I was lagging. I hadn't played the game in ages. The thing about versus viewers is that everyone is like, I will make it my life's goal to be the content. And everyone is like, I'm going to taunt, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to come out with some crazy shit. And in that moment, I was like, I'm not ready for that. I just wanted to play the game. And I got fucked with so thoroughly. And maybe that's my fault for being bad, but I have never been more tilted at a game. I genuinely don't think in my entire life. And I just got about 40 minutes in and I was like, guys, I'm gonna get fired if I keep playing like this. I'm gonna say some shit I'll regret. I'm about to throw my controller out the window and hit some poor pedestrian in the street. I'm like, I'm not ready for this. And so I just shut it off. I was like, I'm just gonna pretend that today never happened.
Have you ever seen that like Alpha Rad, every time he makes a video, it's, like most of the ones for Smash, they end up with him like throwing the fucking Switch in the trash at the end of it and just being like, yeah, I'm done. Fighting games just do that. They just make you more tilted than just about any other game. But one, you're not bad at Smash. There are just people who are way better than the both of us.
Yeah.
Two, yeah, Cat Gaming has literally said in the past that Cat Gaming just naturally taunts, but yeah, there was definitely some trolling.
Yeah, I've spoken with Cat Gaming, and Cat Gaming has said, like, yeah, for me, taunting is just muscle memory. It's like, instead of edge guarding, I just don't think about it, I just taunt. And for me, it was like, it wasn't the Ridley, it wasn't the Sephiroth, it was the Pyramithra and the, think you can take me? Like, I think she taunted mid-combo once, and I think that was the point where I went from reasonably invested to, I'm done. Like,
that's fucking Wolf for me. Like, you lose a game and you just hear, you're good, but I'm better. It's like, oh, you
fucking play a top 5 character on Elite Smash, you fucking twat.
And the same, like, anytime any NIJISANJI member plays fucking Fall Guys and fucking Pigeon Prince Pog shows up and
Pigeon Prince Pog, Villy D, just, there's this purple Among Us skin I had who was just like, every turn, it's like, I'm gonna grab the streamer, and I'm gonna be on screen. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. I think I've said Niji cancelled is one thing, but I think the most cancelable shit I've ever said has been because someone's grabbed me in Fall Guys. The amount I can't really remember what it was.
Trying to make you throw.
I think it was that purple Among Us guy that grabbed me once, and I literally said, like, I'm really glad, and I hope that you grabbing me in Fall Guys and getting a little bit of attention on stream distracts you from how painful it was when your father walked out the door when you were a child, or some shit like that. Like, I was so mad. I was so mad.
Yeah, that's the type of shit that'll probably hit somebody really in a real way. Oh man, but it's true though. Like, if you're going out of your way to make other people's days worse, there are people who are absolute legends. Like, I remember when Rosemi did Fall Guys, there were people that would show up to every game. They wouldn't grab her, but they would like to be on stream, and they would like to like go in front of her and like actually help her out. I remember one time she was about to lose, and there were like 3 people waiting at the finish line, just jumping up and down, waiting for her to cross the line. And it's like, that's how you be nice to people you actually want to celebrate, rather than trying to push people off the ledge and being like, haha, I internet funny guy. It's like, some of those people that would do that would then go on to win games and shit, and it's like, oh, fucking legends. They are the heroes. I can't remember their name, but there was one when we were playing with Rosemi, there was like 6 of us playing with Rosemi, and there was someone who kept like helping like the streamers out, and at the same time coming close to winning the games. And so we were continuously like, yeah, go, you got this. Ah, it's so nice.
Anyone who like you manage to meet randomly online who's like a fan who joins the game, who like doesn't let you win but also isn't like overly annoying, like there's something that you form a really special attachment with those people, and it's like you're really rooting for them, and if they win, and you're like, yeah, you know. I think in my life I've only won Fall Guys once.
I don't think I've won twice. I mostly don't win. Like, I play Fall Guys quite a bit on stream. But it's a fun game no matter what. It's the same as like Crab Game. Even when you're losing, you're just having fun with a bunch of people.
Especially in the NIJISANJI Crab Game. Although I think that would differ from person to person. Because, I mean,
there are some people who get like very... Finana.
Pomu. I will murder this entire fucking branch. I swear to fucking God. Like, I really relate to Pomo on that, because the amount of times that it's like, I'm just trying to get to the end of the game, just trying to give my audience content, just trying to see if I can win, and then Luca is just there with that fucking asinine laugh. And you would agree with me on the fact that Luca's laugh is like a beautiful, like siren-ish laugh that's just beautiful to listen to if you're laughing with him. But if he's laughing at you, it's the most infuriating thing you can hear. I don't know if you've ever seen...
the saddest thing is how fucking good Luca is at that game.
Yeah, like why Crab Game specifically? Why was all of his talent just poured into that one game where it's so easy to troll people?
Boys, like, he wins like half of the time, and he's so trolly at it. He just takes people down with him. Oh man, that is genuinely painful. But yeah, those kinds of games are like Fall Guys. Most people just won't take them seriously, and then there'll be like a person here or there that's like, no, but I'm actually angry though. Like I genuinely wanted to win. They're not letting me win, and it's like, oh, that gets kind of sad.
No,
yeah,
that's
you have
how
to
I
have the right
feel.
kind of people for those games.
That's
And
how
then
I
it's also
feel.
fun, like, yeah, with NIJISANJI people playing those kinds of games, there are times that we'll just be like, guys, this person hasn't won yet. Can we just like throw? And we'll go off into our separate corners and be like, guys, we're all throwing for this person, okay? Pretend you didn't do it. We had that one. We were playing some game with Uki the other day, and Uki wasn't doing very well. And like everybody agreed without Uki to just. Oh, it was the kind of Among Us like one on the airship, First Class Trouble or something.
Oh yeah.
Like all of us were just like, just troll Uki for a little bit, then let Uki vote us all out, because Mister had somehow set it up so that all of us were bad guys except for him. So we were just like, we're gonna let him win. We're gonna give him the win. Just, you know, troll him for a little bit. Let him vote us out one by one. He'll win the game by himself. It'll be great. Yeah, that shit was so cute. I love those kinds of moments. And yeah, crab game, similar thing. When you get like 3 people left, and it's like, well, these 2 people have won quite a bit. This person's having a bad day. So yeah, the 2 other people try to kill each other. It's just like, no, we're going out for the good of the team.
For us, Nijian as a tribe, sometimes sacrifices have to be made.
Exactly. And sometimes you just all have to try and kill Luca, and he can still manage to slip between you. Oh, God.
He's always out for himself, but only so much that he can specifically fuck with as many people as he possibly can. And
yeah.
Every time I play a group game like that, like with Niji, with whoever, I always think like it would be so funny to do the Luca type of gameplay where you don't really care about winning, you're just there to fuck with people, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Every time I play a game, I have to play to win. No matter how many times that happens, every time my inner, like, just my inner demon, quote unquote, is like, you are going to play as efficiently as you can and you are going to win or you will hate yourself. And I'm like, shit, all right, here we go. And then someone else, like Luca, is out there like not giving a fuck and he's just playing. And I'm like, how do you do that? How do you do that? I can't do it. Every time I play one of those games, it's like, I'm going to win or I'm going to cry.
I think another person who's incredible at that is Pomu, because Pomu's just always there to entertain. Like, she doesn't care if she's winning or losing. She is like role-playing as a character in the storyline, or she is throwing for content, or she is actively going against the meta to annoy everyone else. And I love that shit. Like, we played Friday the 13th with her the other day, and half the time she was surviving till the end because she would just talk to the killer when the killer showed up and be like, oh yeah, no, don't worry about me. I'm just camping. I'm not trying to win. The killer would leave her, and so as we died one by one, we'd look through everyone else trying to fight to survive. Then we'd click over to Pomu, and she'd be like around a campfire dancing like, California girls
are unforgettable.
Oh my God.
It just, God, it reminds me of that Among Us game that we did for Reimu's birthday and how you and Pomu were playing third imposter. And me personally, I am bad at Among Us. I am bad at Among Us. I always make the wrong choices when I'm imposter. I am so bad at genuinely lying.
I am terrible as a crewmate as well. I'm only good as an imposter at that game. And I think that's just because, like, people don't expect me to lie. Like, I don't get imposter that often, but when I do, I could just be like, oh yeah, no, this person did it. Like, fully, like, straight faced, and everyone will be like, yeah, I mean, it sounds real. Fuchan knows how to play this game. Yeah, get him out of there.
Sounds like something Fuchan would do. You know, it's like, no, I believe him. Whereas with me, every time, it's before I've even killed anybody that I get sussed as imposter. I don't do anything. Like, they just decide, like, man, Vox is pissing me off. Just vote him out. And I'm just like, what? But
there's also the fact that you are very loud, except for when you're an imposter.
Yeah, I get nervous. I get so nervous when I'm imposter, and I'm always yelling at people. And then when I don't have an alibi, I'm like, let's just move on to the next one, guys, please.
Yeah, we got through a whole conversation in one round, and I was like, wait a minute, Vox has been too quiet. He sucks. That shit was great.
Oh god, and the amount of people who just sussed me out immediately. You know, no Among Us pissed me off more than the one I was playing with Shoto and RPR and a bunch of people, because Sho is very good at Among Us and he kept sussing me out. He susses me out based on pure instinct. There was one time where I moved in the same room as him and I left while he was doing a task, and he thought I vented, and I actually was imposter, but I hadn't vented. He just guessed, and they voted me out at the start, and I was like, you know, that was like the first time That was the first time where I'd openly like molded really properly, like genuinely gotten pissed off to the point where I could punch somebody on stream, and people were like, "Oh my god, he's so sexy when he's mad," and I think that's enabled me a lot ever since then.
Yeah, ever since you raged that one time and people were like, "Yes, we're into it," you're like, "Oh."
I was like, "All right, now I can let you know how toxic and how much of a red flag I actually am, and you've got to be ready for that."
Instantly goes from like cheerful, happy, fatherly figure to abusive dad who wants to kill you. That's a good time. That's a good time. Daddy needs his milk. To be fair, we are the Red Lambros. This is just a fact.
This is just a fact. We are the red boys, and our faces get red when we're mad.
Mine doesn't.
Really?
My face gets red when I'm drunk. That's about it.
Me too.
Otherwise, I have no shame and I have no rage.
He's a red flag, but red is my favorite color, so what it do, baby?
You gotta charge at it like a bull. Hell yeah. But yeah, that's genuinely one of the worst feelings, is when you actually haven't done the thing they're accusing you of, but you are imposter and you get voted out for it. Like, they fucking did that to Rosemi in the last time we played it as well. Like, somebody had been like, "Rosemi vented, I saw her." She was like, "No, I didn't. Yes, I did kill him, but I didn't vent. I will not stand it." It was like, yeah, that's fair. That shit sucks. Like, people only started to agree because of the venting thing, and then she got so tilted by that. Oh, man.
Last time I was imposter with Rosemi, I genuinely, like, sabotaged her. I was like, yeah, a sabotage reactor right after she killed Finana, and then they all just decided to check that room, and I was like, oh no, I could have done oxygen. No. I could have done oxygen. I could have sent them in the opposite direction, and they were like, better check this room just in case, and I was like, oh no.
That sucks, man. It's especially bad when you've been like waiting for an imposter game, and then yeah, shit like that happens, and you're like, no, my one game. My one time to prove myself.
Every time. It's such a rare thing that Niji will have an Among Us collab. And every time, maybe each person will get... Apart from Reimu, who gets imposter like 3 times a stream, which I don't understand why. She just has such good imposter RNG. I get 1 imposter round per stream. As a rule, I have 1 shot, and I always get so nervous whenever it happens. We barely play the game, and when we do, I will always get 1 invoxed around, and when it happens, I get too nervous, and I fuck up, and I don't sound honest, and I get voted out for no reason. Sometimes I haven't even done anything, and they're like, yeah, no, his character kind of sus. I'm like, I didn't do anything, and then they just kick me out.
It worked out pretty well when it was Lambros together.
No, we did win. We did win, but you kind of carried me. You kind of carried me that time.
Nah, you saved like the final kill and everything. Also, Reimu's in chat talking shit.
As she always is. Reimu, I know that you're just hiding behind your RNG, but it is in the word. It is random, and that isn't based on you, so I don't know why you're bragging about it.
Did you see the clip of Reimu playing Uncharted, getting into a car and backing up off a cliff?
No.
It might have been the funniest thing I've seen all week. Because I've raided into Reimu playing Uncharted twice, and it's always such a funny experience. She's having such a chill time with chat while throwing dynamite and while shooting at enemies. Because she's really good at the game, because she's good at FPS. And even though it's a third-person shooter, she knows how to do this shit. But at the same time, it's just this amazing clip.
Hang on a minute. Let me watch this.
Oh
Let me watch this. Let me watch
and she's
this.
Niji can't drive, so it's perfect.
Let me watch this shit.
Oh my god.
I'm driving again. Oh, okay.
It's fucking instantaneous. That's horrible. The way she's just like, all right, I can't drive. Okay. And then the sad death music plays like 5 seconds after she gets behind the wheel. That's fucking fantastic.
That was amazing. Oh my god, that's one of my favorite clips I've ever seen. Oh god. I love that so much.
Oh god.
And Hugo's another person who gets like imposter a lot in Among Us. And Hugo's imposter rounds are always so funny because I just immediately know when Hugo's imposter, and I feel like a lot of other people do, and we just kind of let him go for a little bit because it's like we can't vote him off first every time, even though he gets like found with
Why
the body
is
immediately.
Yugo always so sus? I don't understand. It's, like, even when Yugo's not imposter, I'm like, it's gotta be fucking Yugo. Like, I don't know what it is about Yugo, but he always just is sus 100% of the time, but I don't know why.
Because he is DJ. He is DJ.
He's DJ. He's degenerate.
Oh no, that too, especially on Twitter.
Oh no. I feel like Yugo is one of the only people who like almost beats me in terms of people deserving to be paid hazard pay by Elon Musk for having to read their tweets. Like the amount of shit that Yugo says in people's replies, I'm like, God damn, Yugo, who gave you those balls? Where did you get those balls?
Yeah, that's a HR meeting coming up. It's like, whoa, are we sure? Are we sure that's okay? He is DJ. That is all you need to know. And the same for like Uki retweeting certain things. We're just like not giving a fuck, and it's like, it's fine. Staff have talked to him. Staff have given up. It's good. It's the same with like your ASMRs. There are certain things where staff have been like, could you not? And we've been like, but what if I did?
But what if I did do that? Genuinely, I think a lot of people have asked me, like, what does staff think of your ASMR? And, like, they've never really spoken to me about it, apart from one time where we had a meeting, and they basically said, like, your content is very sexual. And they were like, you know, we're kind of worried that maybe one day your channel will be banned. And I just said, well, you know, I've been doing this for a while, and nothing's happened yet, so as long as I don't push it too far, I imagine I'll be alright. And they said, okay, you know, and that was that, and I've just kind of kept doing it.
I feel the same way. Like, oh my god, my last sponsorship with Futakia and Manga Planet was so much fun. They basically paid me, like, 2 of the manga they gave for me were just straight up porn. It was great. It was great. Oh, it was so much fun. I remember talking to the staff about this and I'm being like, are you sure? Like, I can talk about it. You're giving me permission. Like, if this video gets like taken down, it's not on me. They were like, yeah, just know which pages you can't click onto. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna say what I think about it.
I love to see that. Just smuggling softcore porn onto YouTube every single day.
Oh, not even softcore.
not even softcore. Oh shit, you've got my ASMR beat then.
Oh man, that's the funniest thing. Yeah, I think I do. I didn't show any of it, but yeah, anybody who went ahead and read 2 of those volumes were like, okay. No. Wow. Man, I had so much fun.
I can't speak about it yet, but I do have a sponsorship coming up in January, which is very in that nature, definitely. Like I like they told me about it, and I was like, oh. So you guys are gonna have to look forward to that. It's
interesting to see
IRL
like,
in a way. Is what I'll say.
NIJISANJI just being like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. This is who you guys are. Like, we hired you specifically because we wanted different, like, varied type of things. So
I feel like, honestly, when it comes to like other people just sort of fucking around and doing shit that probably shouldn't be allowed, they just then reference my ASMR and they're like, all right, fine. We allow this, we've got to allow the rest of it.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, I mean, you let this happen, so what are you going to do about it?
I'm just like, guys, look at the Office ASMR, look at the Dragon ASMR. Like, have you guys seen the kind of shit that happens here?
Oh, the Office one, holy shit.
That was the I mean, everyone remembers the it's definitely not the worst one, but it's the one that began kind of pushed it over that line. And I can't really believe that I've been able to get away with it for that long.
Well, I also remember because I feel like that was the first, pushed it over the line kind of thing. Because then suddenly you had everyone talking about it, and I remember there were people that we would not have expected listening to those kinds of ASMRs that were like commenting on it, and it was like, oh no, they heard that.
When for me, I was like, yeah, this will be similar to something I've done before, and I was left with 20 minutes left, and I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? And I just didn't really think about it. I was like, you know what? It's time. And then it just sort of became a whole thing. And since then, I've definitely pushed the gamut a lot further than the Office one did. But everyone remembers the Office one as being like that classic episode that just began me down this dark path.
Oh man, I mean, you have warnings on things. That's all that matters. If people choose to stay, that's all them.
The Office one is why the warning is there. Like, after that, I went on Twitter and a bunch of people were like, I thought it was a great ASMR, but there should definitely be like more thorough warnings on it. And now I have like a whole disclaimer screen before it begins. It's like, hey, I don't know what's gonna happen. Something might happen. I mean, it's not my fault if you get upset by it. So just enter at your own risk.
I remember, when we were talking about like the Box Tenchi one, and you had me and Ike in a call. You were like talking about what to do to make the sounds. And we were just like, noodles. You need big, thick noodles and sauce. We were just both like, go for it.
Trying to help me figure out how to make those tentacle sound effects, and then in the end, it wound up being really overcooked tomatoey pasta, and it was like. When I was finished, so basically the way I did that ASMR is that during the whole thing I had like a glove on and I was just scraping through a pot of overcooked tomatoey pasta, but because of that, like my fingers got super moist, and when I took the glove off, it looked like that meme of like when you fall asleep fingering somebody and your entire finger is just pure wrinkles all the way up.
Oh no, okay. That's still not as bad as what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to be like the Neon Genesis Evangelion, like Shinji with his hand in front of him.
No.
Oh no. Jeez. Oh man. You see, good job containing yourself there and not taking a picture of it.
I would genuinely, I did take a picture of it, but I looked at it and I was like, I know I will never be able to share this, but I kind of wish I could. I really wish I could.
It's like, I'm proud of this. This was my work today.
It's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of paranoia around like how much we show online, but then everyone who's done a handcam stream has had like the moment where they accidentally show like part of their skin. Like I had that recently, where on my most recent handcam stream, like my gloves rode a little high and you saw a bit of my wrist and I was like, oh my god, he's white.
Oh no. I still think, like, we've talked about this before, that one of the funniest things to do would be to have like a second layer of protection that's just a wild like fuck you to anyone who tries to see something like that. Like, you've got like obviously sources of reflections on things, but then you happen to be wearing like an alien mask or something, or like underneath the like long sleeve shirt you also have like a green like skin colored paint.
You're wearing
green paint on it.
A green morph suit the whole time.
Like bright green scales, and everyone's like, what the fuck?
Shit, they found out I'm a lizard man. I'm the one funding the metaverse. Guys, please, you can't tell them what I'm doing.
I am the eye in the pyramid. God damn it.
New face filters on Instagram today.
This
is my favorite one so far. Nice job, team.
Good job.
That's the worst thing that could be announced, is that Vox Akuma in real life, he is Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh. They'd have some interesting questions for Zuck after that, to be fair.
Have you seen the one where he's doing like a Facebook Live and someone says, Mark, give me the Zuck? And he says, I'm not really sure what that means, but you'll have to contact my team and I'll do my best to do that for you. And it's...
You see, I haven't seen that, but I find that fucking charming. Like, I feel like if Keanu Reeves had done that, everybody would love it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, because it's him, it's just like, oh,
because it's him, it's just some weird lizard man, and everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, the whole metaverse thing is so weird, because it's like VR chat, but with slightly more functionality, but I saw this the other day. How much money has been spent on the metaverse? It's stupid.
Yeah, it is.
The budget for the metaverse is $20 billion.
And it doesn't even have interesting graphics. Like, if they made it look like fucking Cyberpunk 2077, yeah, sign me right the fuck up. But the way it looks is just so uncomfortable and uncanny, and why would you ever want to use that?
It's like sort of corpo art style VR chat. It's like, you know, that corpo art style where it's like sort of big exaggerated like features. You know.
Yeah, they have like the little like angel one with the big bright blonde hair, and it's like, oh, get it out of here. I don't need it. Yeah, you're right, chat. It does look like The Sims 2.
They spent $20 billion on making a sequel to Second Life. And it just...
And it doesn't even have the fun parts of Second Life.
It doesn't even have the fun parts where you can be Kermit the Frog with 2 samurai swords smoking a blunt. There's just no room for expression. You recently, they added legs. recently they added legs to the metaverse. Oh, let's go. Finally. All right, now I'm interested in that metaverse.
That changes everything now. I don't know why. And they've been like paying people to pretend they like it nowadays as well. And like actively begging members of their own team at Facebook to use it.
It seems like the kind of thing that's just either a money laundering scheme or it's like some NFT-induced madness where some motherfuckers saw the money-making potential in NFTs and they tried to make an entire world around it. And then obviously, like, NFTs have been falling off really hard and, you know, good riddance recently. But it just, I don't know, I just don't really understand how someone can look at that and think, like, yeah, this is a good use of our money. Like, have you seen the grocery shopping thing in the metaverse that they have?
No.
So, you know how you can do online grocery shopping, like Amazon Fresh or whatever it is, where you just order shit and then it gets delivered to your house? They have that in the metaverse, but what it is that you, in virtual reality, walk around a virtual supermarket. And I'm like, what is the point? What is the point of putting on an Oculus Rift to walk around a virtual shopping center when I can just lie back in my chair and just click on things from Amazon Fresh that I want to buy, instead of putting on a whole VR headset to walk around the aisles and be like, ooh, yes, this graphical representation of a cart of milk looks great. I'll do this whole song and dance, and then 2 days later they'll actually bring me my fucking groceries. It's so weird. Like,
the sad thing is that might have worked if it had come out like and been fully like ready to go like 3 years ago, right when the pandemic struck.
Yeah.
And I feel like there would have been some people who needed that like feeling. But nowadays it's such a stupid idea. Everybody's already moved on from that kind of shit. Nobody's like baking like 12,000 types of bread at home and shit, doing whatever they can to socialize and keep themselves stable. Oh man.
It's like, it kind of reminds me of that.
But if they'd put that money to proper use, we could have had Sword Art Online. Man. Would have been great.
It reminds me of that Michael Jackson thing, the way that in like his giant Neverland Ranch he had a supermarket, like a visual reconstruction of a supermarket with paid actors who pretended to not know who he was, and so he, being as famous as he was, could walk into a supermarket and pretend that he was a normal person shopping without like being recognized because these actors were paid to not know who he was. I was like, god damn, you know.
That would be my favorite job in the world. What do you do for a living? Oh, I hang out this one fake supermarket and pretend I don't know who Michael Jackson is. Oh my god.
You go to drama school for that shit. You have to just, because I feel like even if that was my job, if Michael Jackson walked in the room, I'd be looking. I'd be like, where is he? And then suddenly you see Michael Jackson walking and you're like, oh my god, it's Michael Jackson. But like, you can't show that. And I feel like you'd get fired if you didn't believe it at any point. Like if you said, you know, whatever it was, your performance, it just wasn't there for me, and I couldn't lose myself in the moment, so we're gonna lay you off.
Was tapping his foot to the sound of Beat It, and you gotta go. You gotta go. That would be the worst thing. Like you hear him walk into the room, and just in your mind is just like, a Billie Jean is not my love. You're just like nodding your head forward and backwards, and he sees you, and it's like, ah, fuck, my job's gone.
That's over. No. You know, imagine if like in that supermarket they had a radio, right, which is playing normal songs, and one of the songs happens to be a Michael Jackson song, and he walks in and he's like, god damn it, guys, come on. You know, it's like,
everybody's fired. Get out of here.
Get out. Fire whoever picked the radio station. Fire this guy, fire that guy, and come back in tomorrow when you're ready to be real. I want something real.
I need to feel like nobody knows me. Oh man.
I mean, it's so interesting how some people, like, you and I are in a sense famous, but we will never be as famous as someone like Michael Jackson. I mean, I feel like there have only been like 3 or 4 people in history as famous as that. You've got Elvis, you've got Michael Jackson, you've got like Kim Kardashian, and maybe a few other people. But other than that, you really can't get much more famous than that, to the point where literally everyone on the planet knows who you are. So no matter where you go, you will get recognized. I mean, you and me are technically famous, and yet we can just walk into whatever shop, supermarket, restaurant we want without getting recognized. And yeah,
and even at like conventions and stuff, we'd be able to get away with it. We'd just be in there like, all right, love, can I get this one? Yeah. Change our voices a little bit. We good to go? Yeah. Always a good feeling.
Everyone's getting mad at me for bringing up Kim Kardashian like she isn't one of the most famous people currently living. Like, yes, chat, you're right. BTS and Beyonce, well fucking done. John Cena, congratulations. I missed a few. Fuck off.
John Cena's invisible. He'll never be recognized.
Exactly. You can't see it. You can't see him.
Oh, man. Wow, I can't believe chat got so serious about
They got so serious about it. Like, bro, I have I forget who BTS is until people remind me who BTS is, and I'm glad that they're very successful, but you know, it's never really been my thing. Maybe I'm too westernized and I only think about Western celebrities, okay? That's not my fault.
I mean, yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Oh, the Tony Hawk story is iconic.
What's the Tony Hawk story?
Oh, the Tony Hawk story where he was just chilling at a random skate park, and he saw a kid like try to do a trick, and he like ended up like doing the trick perfectly in front of him. And he was like, "Oh, yo, you're really good. You're almost like Tony Hawk." And he was like, "I am Tony Hawk." And the kid was just like laughed and walked away. But Tony Hawk like, had literally been there, said he was Tony Hawk, and still was not believed. Oh my god, shit's great.
Imagine being that kid and reading that story and being like, wait a minute. No. It's like that, you know, the bit from Ratatouille where the little chef reads the note and suddenly he reads it and becomes more and more panicked. Like, that's the kid reading that article and being like, oh god, it really was Tony Hawk.
That probably like happened to so many kids who actually most of the time it wasn't Tony Hawk. It was just some old dude that could skate that was like, yeah, I am Tony Hawk. And the kid was like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Meanwhile, a bunch of kids have read this story and they're like, oh my god, that was me. Oh man. Oh
god. I've got an interesting question here. It's another very British centric one. What is your favorite quality street chocolate?
Oh shit, let me look them up. It's been a while.
I got an image for you. Hold on.
Oh, let's go.
Look in collab BC text.
Oh, okay. Everybody seems to love the purple one, but I like orange cream. The only ones you can buy separately are the purple one and the green triangle, right? But the green triangle's alright, the purple one's alright, but my favorite is orange cream.
That is
orange cream and strawberry delight.
For me, same shape, toffee penny. My favorite by far.
Nice. Raymu, let's go. Orange cream is the best one.
What? I don't know about that. I mean, orange cream is pretty good. It's very sweet, but for me, it's either toffee penny or toffee finger.
Oh, so you're really into toffee then?
I do love toffee. I love toffee and I love caramel as well.
That suits your 400-year-old ass. I'm proud of you.
Oh, you shut the fuck up. Bro is trying to say that I can't chew properly.
You just have to suck on a
Come fucking sit on Granddad's knee and have a Werther's original, you son of a bitch.
Have some nice salted caramel. Oh man.
Salted caramel ice cream does hit different though. That's another good question. What is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Weird ones. I like the really fucked up ones. Cherry Garcia. Like, this is the thing. All my favorite flavors are like the stupid.
Cherry what?
This is the thing. All my favorite flavors are like the weird. I don't even know whether it's fucking Haagen-Dazs. No, it's not Haagen-Dazs. It's the other Ben and Jerry's, where they're like named after people. I like the Tonight Dough, which is like a mixture of chocolate and vanilla with fucking brownies and chocolate chip cookies, and Cherry Garcia, which is like cherry flavored ice cream with big chunks of cherry and chocolate in it. Both of those are good, but at the same time, should they be ice creams? Probably not.
Bro, I am hungry now. What the fuck? Looking at images of Ben and Jerry's, I am going nuts.
Oh man,
Cherry Garcia, that actually looks really good.
Idea.
For me, it's got to be salted caramel or mint chocolate chip, and I know mint chocolate chip is controversial. I think it's fantastic.
You know what? Mint chocolate chip we can meet on. Like, that's fucking delicious.
Yes,
anyone who
come
says
on.
they don't like mint chocolate chip is just, I don't get why.
Go
it's great.
on. It's so weird. Like, I get controversial flavors like Marmite, you know, love it or hate it. Like, I get why people might like it. I get why people might not, because I personally fucking hate Marmite. But mint choc chip is just such a lovely flavor. How does anyone not at least be like, meh, it's not for me, or yeah, it's great, instead of like, oh, I hate mint choc chip. Like, what the fuck? I don't get how it became a controversial flavor.
If people hate mint chocolate chip, I don't know how they survive brushing their teeth.
Right?
I mean, similar thing. We literally make mint the flavor because it's a flavor that everybody's just like, yeah, that's a good taste. It tastes fresh. Gives you like that cooling sensation. It's great. I don't get how anybody can dislike mint. And then there's fucking pineapple on pizza. Like, I'm fine with pineapple on pizza. I don't seek it out. But if somebody hands me a fucking Hawaiian slice of pizza, I'll be like, yeah, fuck it. It's fine. I'm not bothered to pull off the pineapple chunks. It's tasty.
Yeah. Honestly, I do that. Like, if I get a pizza with some shit I don't want on it, I'm there just like with my tweezers, like a surgeon, just picking off all the little bits I don't want. Like, if there's a big sort of crushy tomato, I'm like, oh, I could do without that. Could do without that. Just, I get like a little napkin. I just kind of deposit all the bits I don't want on there, and I just kind of push it to one side.
Damn.
I've got a really interesting question for you here. I feel like this is one you're gonna have a lot of fun with. So, if we were in the Hunger Games and we could choose one of these items to get a buff of some kind, which one would you choose?
What the fuck? Why are they all...
I don't know. I don't know why they're all like fetish gear.
I mean, I have to go with the fucking elephant banana hammock, because I mean, I want to know what kind of buff that's going to give me. Is it just like an intimidation check kind of thing?
You just someone's scavenging through the fucking bushes. Someone's trying to look for you, and suddenly they see this elephant, but it turns out to just be just contain your dick, and then you just kind of distract them with it and smack them over the head.
Yeah, it's got to be like an intimidation check thing where it's like you just come out of the bushes wearing nothing but that, just like, ah! And they're like, no, I'm not dealing with that. No, fuck
I will never forget. I'll never forget
automatic revolver. I'm gone.
The video of the guy fighting off a bear, like he's rock climbing, and a bear comes up and tries to eat him, and he's like, because if you make enough noise and you make yourself seem big enough, a bear gets scared and runs away. And that's just Fulgur with this banana hammock, like this red elephant thing that you just stop your dick in, and he's just there being naked and trying to intimidate somebody. They're like, oh my god, he just seems more powerful this way.
Honestly, like, a lot of fights is just intimidation. If somebody comes up to you trying to start a fight and you act absolutely batshit, 9 times out of 10, they'll drop it and be like, no, I'm not fighting this guy. This guy's seen some shit. This guy will, like, bite off my ear and eat it in front of me. I'm gone. Oh, man.
Ever since, like, the first couple times I got beaten up by somebody, I've never had the opportunity to actually, like, try that out, because whenever someone, like, tries to start on me, I just sort of freeze and I get scared. I feel like if I had the opportunity to do that, I absolutely would try to act insane. Like, if someone came up to me and said, mate, what have you got in your pockets, mate? What have you got in your pockets? I would turn around, I try to make my eyes as wide as possible, and be like, and I just try to, like, scare the fuck out of them and either run towards them or away and see if that worked. But to be honest, if they had a knife, I just don't think I'd be able to do anything, and I would be like, all right, here's my phone, here's my wallet, would you like my PIN number?
That's the thing. Like, when I talked about, like, I've had knives pulled on me like 6 times, like, that's immediately the end of the fight. That's just like, okay.
It's like, all right, well, no matter how crazy I am, you've got a knife.
iPod Nano, it's on you. Fucking fine. Take it.
Saved up for a whole year to have this, but you know what? You've got a knife, so, I mean, I can't really argue with it.
Yeah. My bad. I brought a fucking fist to a knife fight. It's on me.
It's honestly one of my worst fears, like, because I can't imagine how painful it would be to genuinely just get fully stabbed, like, run through with someone, with something, sorry. Yeah.
Because there's, like, you hear stories about people who get, like, stabbed, like, 12 times and manage to survive through it, but then you hear same stories where somebody gets stabbed once and they just, like, hits them in the wrong place and they just bleed out within a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's all about those arteries. Like, I remember I heard a story about a bouncer at a club who saw someone get stabbed, like, trying to get in. Like, there was someone who was trying to get in and he was being really loud, and then someone in the line just walked up with a knife and stabbed him in the leg. And in the leg, like, the top of the leg is where you've got the femoral artery, and that is, like, just so much blood is going through there that he bled out and died in about 30 seconds. Whereas just in the stomach, chest, or whatever, there's a lot of places where you can get stabbed and go through a lot of pain, but just about make it through. But if you get a major artery go through, like you're done for.
And then there's the fucked up ones where if you get hit in the wrong organ, like you're pretty much fucked, but it's going to be a slow death, which is even worse.
It's oh god, it's the stomach, you know, where like the acid starts spilling everywhere. That shit scares the fuck out of me. Like the idea that you just be there in agony, just waiting to die.
Yeah. Shit's fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
Life is fragile, everybody.
Everyone look after yourselves. And if you're going out late at night, make sure you're with a friend and you stay on the main roads.
Mm-hmm. And scream at people. That works too.
If someone tries to start on you, just make him think you're a Wendigo.
Or just do like what was the name of Roberto from Futurama? Who just said the most wild shit, like, "Oh, you think you could come my way? What if I stab myself first?" Like that kind of shit. And people will be like, you know what? Fuck it. This dude probably doesn't have anything, and no, don't want to deal with that shit.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
No. Anyway, did you send this image like in chat so people could see the 4 items that this lovely Luthier sent for us to choose from? Because you never said which one you'd choose.
Honestly, I don't know. Like, the banana hammock, the elephant one that you store your dick in seems good. Because, to be honest, I think the cat ears and the tail just make you look more vulnerable. I feel like, I don't know, would I be able to rock cat ears to the point where I could be like, meh, meh, look after me, I'm so scared. Meh, meh.
I think that would be the buff. Like, if you take the cat ears, you're like, oh, well, take care of me. Like yeah, that's what you're doing there. You're asking for an ally.
And then by the end, you know, they learn to trust me, and I'm like, meh, meh, I will be here until you win. Meh, meh. And then I just pull out a knife, and I'm like, say goodnight, motherfucker. The only use I can think of for the muzzle is to make yourself look absolutely fucking insane. Like, if you had the muzzle,
like a Hannibal Lecter kind of thing.
You could, like, pretend to tie yourself to a tree, put the muzzle on yourself, and be like, rah, 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 and then someone would either stay away from you, but if they did try to come up to you, then you could pretend to be tied to the tree, but then actually not, and then just kind of ambush somebody thinking that you've been all tied up. So maybe the muzzle is good.
That's a really good idea. I like that.
You know what? I'm gonna go for the muzzle. Plus, I've seen a load of fan art of me for Halloween.
Oh, you must be a fucking werewolf. Let's stay away.
For Halloween, I've seen a load of fan art of me as like some kind of zombified werewolf wearing a muzzle. So you know what? I'll go with the muzzle. I'll give the people what they want.
I am shocked by how popular the muzzle has been this year. I've never seen so much fan art of a muzzle before, and then this year, just everybody has a muzzle on their face. It must be just what's in fan art and fan fiction right now.
Yeah. You know, I was there, and well before Halloween, I said, I'm doing Mad Scientist this year, and they were like, no, you're a werewolf. You're a werewolf with a muzzle. Fuck off.
Fuck off. Everybody's either a werewolf or a vampire because they want it sexy. Oh, man. I love how I asked to be fucking Lucy from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and people were like, no, 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 no. That's not skin tight enough. That's not showing off enough skin. Sexy vampire, sexy werewolf, sexy mummy. Those are the 3 options. Like, yeah. Usually like a werecat as well. God damn it.
I went to a concert last night where a lot of people were kind of dressed up like that. And thinking about the outfits those metalheads were wearing at the concert I went to, I'm like, you know what? Kind of feel like that would suit you, you know? Sort of one of those like very feminine metalhead outfits where you've got like leggings that make it look like you've got sort of, you know, like a leotard on or something, but in reality it's just leggings that make it look like it's skin color and then some like pants around your waist or whatever it is.
Damn. That's good shit. Yeah, that's very cyberpunk style. Yeah. Not the game cyberpunk, just like cyberpunk the style. Which is annoying that they took that fucking... I mean, they had that from like ages ago from the RPG, but still. Ugh.
Yeah.
Makes it so hard to find cyberpunk-inspired stuff. What about you? What would you go for like genuine like Halloween costume? What would you want to see yourself in?
It made me sad because I don't really have many friends who live in my local area, and if I had the opportunity, I would have gone trick-or-treating and gone to a Halloween party. This year, given my obsession, I would have gone as Walter White. like 100%. I would have worn a bald cap.
Like with the bald cap. Yes.
I would have shaved. I would have shaved to the point where I had like that goatee beard. And I'm doing No Shave November this month as well. I've decided I'm gonna do it. Ooh. So, yeah, I'm gonna be by the end of the month. I'm gonna be bearded Vox again, which is gonna be fun. But I definitely would have been Walter White, you know, because it's so easy. You just get the beard, get the hat, and then get the sunglasses, and then just whatever else, like some old man, like khaki pants and like a jacket, and then pretty much that's easy. You just do the voice like, Jesse, we need to cook.
We need to cook. Walter. I just see chat exploding with Walter. Oh God, how do you still have it? But you would have run out of it by now.
I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing about that. The way he says "right now," you know,
exactly.
The way he says, as though it implies that Mike and Walter have sex very often, and he's just like, you know what, Walter, just right now, I'm not really feeling it. And Walter's like, that's all right, Mike.
Good fucking shit, man. Walter. What was your? This is my question for you. What was your first video game, and what's your favorite video game?
Oh my God, that's such a good question. The first video game that I ever truly got into was Sonic Rush for the DS.
Oh, damn.
Like, I think that I'd sort of avoided video games for a while, and then I got a DS because I was like sort of traveling a lot at the time. And I got a DS because like, man, maybe fun, I'll play it on the train or whatever. And then I got Sonic Rush as the first game for that. And it just, like, it caught my attention. It's got a great soundtrack, it's got great gameplay, fun mini games, bonus stages and everything. And I wasn't familiar with it, but it just really, like, drew me in, you know. But then, what everyone knows is that my favorite game of all time is RuneScape. And I will sing that game's praises for decades. And whenever I describe it to someone, it doesn't sound good, and it pisses me off, because I'm like, yeah, you know, you've got all these different skills, and it will take you like thousands of hours to get to the max level and everything. And they're just like, why would you play that? I'm like, because of all this extra stuff. You know, it's like got great writing in the quests. It's got a really charming, fantastic world. It's really satisfying in the sense that every single thing you do progresses your character. Like, you'll literally click on the ground and suddenly your character will get like, oh, tiny bit of experience and agility and tiny bit of this, and then suddenly you make a potion. It's like, you make potions, it's like, yeah, I might be making a potion to do like some PvE content, but then it's like, oh, you've earned a load of experience in herblore, and then the more herblore experience you get, the better potions you can make. And then each skill offers ways of both making money and making powerful reagents and stuff. Every skill like feeds into another skill. And I'll never forget, like, the rabbit hole I was led down, because I was into this game back when it first came out, or like when I first got into it back in like the late noughties, like 2008 and 9. But I never understood it too well. And then in 2019, I got into the old school version of the game, which was like sort of a remake of the original style. And I got into it, and I was like, I'm just gonna fuck around. I was like, it's like, this is a meme. You know, it's RuneScape. Everyone used to play this, like, back in the day. I was like, I'm gonna get back into it, fuck it. And I was like, I'm gonna do some wood. I was like, I'm gonna do wood cutting. I can do wood cutting. And I started wood cutting. And then suddenly in my brain, I was like, well, there is a better axe I could use, but if I want to have like full inventory space and be able to wield the axe, I need level 60 attack. And I was like, all right, how do I get 60 attack? Right, I'm gonna have to go and do, so I'm gonna Google it. It's like, all right, so I have to go to this place with these crabs that have high health but low defense. So I trained attack there for a while. And after that, I realized, like, well, if I have high attack, then maybe I can train it more efficiently by doing Slayer at the same time. And then I suddenly, after a while, I'd forgotten about my original goal, and I had done like 30 other things, and I was just fully invested. By that point, I couldn't get out of it. It had just pulled me in, and I have yet to leave. Also, hi, Uki.
I feel that. MMORPGs just completely, like, draw you in and scratch that part of your brain that's just, like, rewards. Whoa, Uki! Okay.
Okay, whatever you want, King.
I mean, I think we have to add RPR as well, so I mean, like, it's the full Lambros experience.
You take all of us or none of us.
Exactly. 3 units or actually 1 unit together.
Your boys in red and black.
Let's go. Lamb designed us this way for a reason.
You can handle all 3 of us. I'd like to see you try.
Hey, yo. Remember, this man's been around for 400 years. He has stamina. He has staying power.
This much is true. This much is true, but I shouldn't talk about that.
I love just people in chat being like, in a fight, right?
In a fight? Absolutely. Yeah, no, we're going to do battle. I mean, Uki's always talking about how powerful he is, you know.
To be fair, Uki does always keep it at the limit of, I can beat Enna. Uki, like, I think Uki specifically never goes into his power level lore, like, accurate level, just to make sure if Enna ever reveals a bit more power, he can still be like, I can still take Enna. Fucking bitch.
It is really
like, that's
funny.
his limit. It's just, I have to be just above Enna.
It is really funny how, like, VTuber lore has always been sort of this thing of, like, I will either have, like, surface level lore, or my lore will be how powerful I am. And it's, I don't know, I feel like it's rare to find, or it's like a lot of angst, you know? I think that having sort of introspective, like story writing for VTubers is actually kind of rare. And it's one of the reasons why I really admire, like, the way that you're sort of selling your story, you know, with the writing and stuff. Like, it's very much, you're wearing it on your sleeve. And I think that's rare. Because in my own experience as well, like, it's how I'm doing it, and so many other people do it, is that you keep details about your story close to your chest and then reveal them in small dumps with, like, music or whatever it is. But yours is just really comprehensive and very easy to understand, and I think that's very bold, honestly.
Oh, thank you. I just like to make people cry.
Same!
Yeah, make them cry and you've got them. I mean, your one definitely does that too. That's why I'm so excited for all the things you've got coming up.
Yes, I have.
Let's fucking go.
I have many plans. I have a law-related project coming out next year, which should be very sort of short film length. You know, maybe 40 minutes, perhaps longer. And
damn,
goes into, like, a lot of different details and that kind of thing, and I'm very excited for that to come out. Obviously, it's taking a little while because we've got a very small team making it.
Jeez,
and then after that,
I mean,
we have
as long as it needs
ideas.
to take for that. That sounds like a huge fucking passion project.
There's a lot of time, a lot of money, but I'm very confident that it's going to go down well. So there's that, and then in the future, there are a lot of other things that I have an idea for. I have a Spotify playlist, and the Spotify playlist is every song that I want to, is a song that inspires a various, like, a certain time period for me and a certain aspect of my story, and I have it all planned out in my head. I know exactly where I'm going to go and how much of myself I'm going to share with you guys, but you won't know until you know, unless you manage to hack my Spotify account, but I don't think you will.
See, that's another difference, like, between the way we do lore, because, yeah, I, like, dump little bits of lore, and besides that, I just, like, don't say much, whereas you, like, little bits will come out just in the middle of any random stream, and people will, like, latch onto them and be like, oh, did you hear what he said about, like, the kindred of this time? Oh, did you hear what he said about the parents? Oh, did you hear what he said about this character? And it's like, there's little bits that people can grab from everywhere, so you are kind of doing, like, a little ARG in its own way. It's like so sprinkling little bits around places.
It's so exciting to just drop hints, like, whenever you think it's appropriate, to be like, yeah, this happened, and then, like, oh, this happened, and suddenly it just becomes a whole thing, like, speculation. This is happening then, this is happening there, you know. And it's so interesting how people will run with your story and use that to inform their own stuff. Like, I remember this one. I can't remember what it was called. It was called, like, Dance with Nobody or something, and it was a fanfic about me and Mister, and about how I'm, like, an immortal being and he's, like, only around for a human length of time, and about how it's sort of capturing that one moment of being in love while one person is alive and then leaving them behind at the end of life. I was like, holy shit. And it was really well written, and I was like, that's all just down to, like, that's all just down to, like, somebody taking in our stories and, like, using that to inspire themselves, and that's really inspiring in and of itself, right?
People, like, being so inspired that they do create their own passion projects, which end up many times being better than things that we had planned. I can't. It's funny to me that so many people have, like, latched onto this idea just because of one tweet that Millie put out where she was talking about, like, even if I, like, ran out of energy, she'd find a way to, like, get me a new energy source, and everybody being like, oh, so Fulgur's actually going to outlive, like, all of Noctix as well, because they're all, like, human lifespans, and he can apparently, like, live forever. And I was like, that's not how cyborgs work. That would be an android. But I like the angst, so let's fucking go.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why the fuck not? It's fine. She's using chaotic energy to keep the human parts alive too. It makes sense, sure. What matters is the angst is there. It's I inspired so many good fics and fan art. It was so good.
What's so interesting to me about story writing is like having a really solid idea in your head for how everything's gonna work, and you have all of these ideas, and then you'll talk to someone and you'll be like, yeah, this is gonna happen, and you're like, and they're like, well, why don't you just make this, and you're like, oh my god, you're a genius.
Why
didn't I see that? It's the most obvious connection you could possibly make. Like, all the jigsaw pieces are there. But in your head, it's like, yeah, this is separate, this is separate, this is this, this is this, this is this. And then they're like, well, actually, you could just connect all of this and do this, this, and this. And they barely even have to think about it. You sit there like, oh my god, you're right.
And that's why I don't like when, like, writers get, like, pissed off about that shit. Like, just don't read it if you don't like people. Like, you put in the Chekhov's guns there for a reason. You want people to be able to put it together. You want the reveal to have, like, moments that make you go, oh yeah, they were spelling this out from the beginning. It makes so much sense now. I forget which series it was, but there was some series where somebody had, like, guessed out the correct ending for everything. So they were like, oh, we're just going to change it. You guys just spoiled it for us, but we're just going to change it. And it was like, okay, so this amazing ending that you've been, like, aiming towards, this great reveal that you've been building up, you were just like, no, we're just going to drop it and shit on it.
Are you talking about Game of Thrones?
Nah, because I mean, Game of Thrones, like, was its own whole thing. At least, you know, House of the Dragon has been incredible.
I actually haven't seen it, but I've heard very good things. I've seen some shots from House of the Dragon, and it looks pretty cool.
House of the Dragon, Odyssey. And maybe another thing like Game of Thrones where they kind of... Because I only found out recently that Blood and Bone or whatever, that the story that it's based off of is only half of the Targaryen legend. And he hasn't written the second half yet. And I'm like, oh, why did this man stop writing his main storyline to write House of the Dragon stuff and then only get halfway through it and not drop the whole thing? I'm angry. But yeah, we'll see if, like, House of the Dragon manages to survive as a series or if it gets lost along the way too. But season 1 was absolutely incredible. It was all written so well. It was unfortunately way better than Rings of Power, which was also an entertaining time, but it didn't feel like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, the characters spoke like normal characters most of the time, and then occasionally had little poetic Lord of the Rings moments. And...
I've only seen one episode of Rings of Power, but I felt the exact same way. I was watching it, and I was like, I do not feel like I'm watching Lord of the Rings. I was like, Lord of the Rings is so wonderful for so many different reasons, but part of it is our memory and nostalgia for, you know, the Lord of the Rings that we used to love. And when you have those characters that we used to love, why not bring those old actors back? Why not have Howard Shore do the soundtrack? He's not dead. Why not have the old Lord of the Rings soundtrack instead of, you know, I mean, Bear McCreary is a very good composer on his own, but, like, he didn't make the soundtrack for Lord of the Rings, and it's so bizarre.
It shows. It fucking shows. The fucking opening song to Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, is just so lackluster.
Yeah.
You kind of get the feel of Lord of the Rings, but it's kind of like, it feels like somebody was making, like, a comedy parody of Lord of the Rings and was like, this will make it sound like when, like, the how it should have ended, or
yeah, exactly,
like when they do, like, a thing that, like, sounds like the main theme of this movie. It sounds like that. It's like, yeah, that's kind of Lord of the Rings ish, but it doesn't have the oomph. It doesn't have the power.
It's
that shit is also there are moments of Rings of Power that really do, like, get you though. Like the moment when the fucking Harfoots are first traveling together in a big group and they have, like, the big, like, singing a song while they travel. That was very Lord of the Rings. And there are moments like that that make you go, oh, this is great, this is beautiful. But yeah, the whole thing in general was just like, especially a character reveal that was so fucking obvious from day one, and yet they kept, like, throwing out, like, oh, but could it be this guy, could it be that guy? And you're like, no, we know it's this guy. We know about the whole, like, offering power, and it's just fucking annoying.
The very first film/TV project in history to cost more than $1 billion to produce, not including advertising costs, and it's just kind of mid. Isn't that disappointing?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I feel like if you had $1 billion to spend on a series, you'd make, like, Captain America the Winter Soldier or Star Wars, but you would actually build the spaceships. You know, like with that kind of money, you would make an actual Star Destroyer and set it on there and just set that shit aflight on Earth instead of just whatever the fuck they were fucking around with. It's, I don't know, something about it. And especially something that really ticked me off about Rings of Power. Like, the guy who plays Elrond is fine, but he doesn't look like Elrond. He looks like Neil Patrick Harris. I was like, that's Elrond? Huh? Like, sure, he's good. Man. He's fine. And I think that, like, the hate for Rings of Power is so often misplaced, and you got a load of fucking just trash internet people who are just giving it shit for the casting, which is really disgusting. But there's so much more valid criticism you can have for the series. Like, the guy they actually cast for Elrond kind of looks nothing like Elrond. And it's like, why, if they're immortal, if they're elves, why not just get Hugo Weaving back? Why not just get Kate Blanchett back? You know, give it some fucking... You got $1 billion! Fine. Give it some star power. Why not, you know?
That was the thing. And yet they tried to rush their way into the star power of like characters that probably shouldn't have been revealed so quickly.
Yeah.
Which was just like, man.
Yeah, Galadriel's just kind of there, and Elrond is just kind of there, and Durin is just kind of there, and it's like, huh? These are like really significant characters.
It kind of felt like the first part of the newest trilogy of Star Wars movies, where they basically just remade parts of the old thing and were like, you guys like this, right? Because I just remembered, like, the other part that I really liked from the series was when Elrond and the fucking dwarf
Durin
were like having Durin. They were having like this big friendship moment, and like him doing the whole like, but he's my friend. And then like all like they had like the big elves and dwarves can't be friends, but secretly they are, and they've got this rivalry going on, and Elrond like pretended to lose and everything. Like all of that was like top notch. And then I realized why I loved it so much was because they were just retreading things from the fucking original trilogy, and me being like, bastards, you really hit me with the whole like, remember this thing?
Hitting you with a whole bag of member berries, and it just got you hook, line, and sinker. It's like, I've already seen Lord of the Rings. I love Legolas and Gimli. They have a wonderful friendship. Why do you need to do this to me yet again?
Yeah, I could have just rewatched it. It would have been perfectly fine. In fact, we did rewatch it recently.
And that's the thing
it's so good that despite the fact that I'd been streaming earlier in the day, I was there for the entirety of 1 and 3, because Lord of the Rings is just that good.
It is! I wish I had been there for more of it. I had been to, like, another concert earlier in the day, like while Fellowship was playing, and I'm so glad I joined for 2 Towers and a little bit of Return of the King. I've been thinking at some point I want to do something like that, but with Star Wars, like a full 1 through 9 watch along. I think would be great, because like Star Wars is a mix. Unlike Lord of the Rings, which is actual perfection from beginning to end. Like I genuinely couldn't watch Lord of the Rings and genuinely point to a moment that I hate. Like there are maybe 1 or 2 moments that are like, I could go to the bathroom during this, but in 3 4-hour movies, that's a fucking achievement, and every scene has a purpose, and some scenes just stick out and are incredible.
That's what's fucking incredible, because even the bits that like don't matter to the story much at all, you still watch them and they're beautiful. Like the fucking, I almost called it the Wild Hunt, but it's not the Wild Hunt, just the elves traveling through the forest leaving Middle Earth, like wasn't in the original trilogy, was only in like the extended cut, and just them collapsing down and watching the elves go, and just how beautiful it was, and them being like, I don't know why, but it feels sad, and you like connecting that to the fact that Middle Earth is dying, every living thing is feeling that right now. Like there were so many moments of that. It just makes it feel like a real lived-in planet with a history and with a mythology all of its own. They did such a good job on all of that.
Oh god, there's so much to love about Lord of the Rings, but Star Wars is such a mixed bag. I mean, you've got the prequels, which are, to be honest, the more time that passes, the more love I have for the prequels, because as films, they're not good. They have really bad acting. The CGI has not aged well, but overall, the story is actually pretty interesting. You know, like the political intrigue and everything is interesting. And
they had some interesting moments,
There's something about the identity of the prequels and how uniquely George Lucas they feel, that when you know you enjoy Star Wars, there's something about watching the prequels that is like, you know, you just kind of have fun watching them. Like, especially Revenge of the Sith. Like, Revenge of the Sith has so many moments that would normally be a load of shit, and we're just like, whatever. But because it's Star Wars, and you've got that huge music, and you've got all of that fighting, like Yoda doing all those backflips and shit, it's just, like, there's a part of it that's interesting. But of course, even that
Don't
has
do it,
some...
Anakin. I have the high ground.
You underestimate my power. I don't understand how anyone watches the fight with Anakin and Obi-Wan and says like, this is a perfect lightsaber fight. I'm like, bro, have you not seen the kind of shit these characters are saying to each other? From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. When anyone lost, it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching a school play sometimes, but at the same time, if you're a big Star Wars fan, it's like, yeah, it just kind of makes you laugh. But then also,
you still have like a lot of good moments. Like the first time, like Anakin like really breaks bad, where he like shows up at the younglings area and everyone's like, Master Anakin, what's going on? And he just like releases the lightsaber, and the kid's just like. Like that's such a good like fucked up moment, man.
It is. It really works. And then Obi-Wan sees the recording of his former Padawan just murdering children. Like those like the original Star Wars films are rated U. Like they're actual like baby kids movies, and then you move to the prequels and it's like, yes, child genocide. But another interesting thing about like the original trilogy is how fantastic it is that Yoda is such a mystical creature, you know, who sort of, his power is so understated, and he sort of just flexes a finger and lifts the X-Wing out of the swamp and is like, do or do not, there is no try. And then something about the prequels where he pulls out a lightsaber and starts doing backflips and shit, just
flipping
sort of
around everywhere.
It like it's cool, but it demystifies him, and it makes him feel a lot more physical, when Yoda seems like the kind of guy who could just blink and your heart would explode or something.
That's a big problem that a lot of like remakes and reimaginings of things have, where they're like, oh, this was such a cool unexplored idea. You know what we should do? We should go into great detail about why there are no other Yodas and exactly what their race is all about. Why they're so connected to the midichlorian.
The Force is no longer a mystical thing that governs all life and is just a really interesting aspect of the universe. No, it's just weird creatures living in your blood that do a thing. It's like, huh?
You know what? That's what I wanted Rings of Power to be. I wanted it to be a deep dive into how the fuck Tom Bombadil came to be and who exactly he is. That's
Tom
what I want.
Bombadil isn't even in any of the movies. Nobody knows who Tom Bombadil is.
Exactly. That's why you can do it. It's untapped potential. I want to see how he came from the sky. Why he do what he do.
Make a whole It's like how in Star Wars right now we've got like a Solo, a Star Wars story, Andor, a Star Wars story. We've got the Mandalorian, and we've got Obi-Wan. Make the Tom Bombadil a Lord of the Rings story, and it's purely about Tom Bombadil just being a bumfuck who lives in the fucking wilderness and does nothing.
The funniest thing is, exactly, you know how they do it. They'd start with him being like a loner in the forest, and then somehow like a halfling would come along. It's just like, oh, I have to take care of this little girl, even though I'm a mysterious loner who wants to stay by himself. Like, they always do the same thing. It's like we have to give him like a tiny little a baby to look after as well and get them. Yeah. I haven't even tried Andor. I've given up on the Marvel TV shows because it's like I can't keep up.
Honestly, like I have not enjoyed Marvel Phase 4 so far, apart from Spider-Man No Way Home. And I feel like I completely lost interest in Marvel 100%. Like, I've never been a Marvel guy, but I completely lost interest with Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Like
that's the wild thing. Like, Multiverse of Madness, I didn't have too much of a problem with. And then I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I was like, this is what it should have been.
Exactly!
Like, an indie movie comes along and is like, this is how you fucking do a multiverse. This is what it wants to look like.
Do you want to know? Everything Everywhere All at Once had a visual effects team of 5 people.
It's fucking crazy.
It's insane.
It's the difference between like doing something for passion and doing something for a paycheck, man.
Everything Everywhere All at Once had like some insane action scenes. It was heartwarming. It made me cry like 5 times. And then Multiverse of Madness was, for a multiverse, we went to like one universe.
Yeah, they basically just like flashed through a couple of the universe, and then they focused on the one that was like not that entertaining. They were like, oh, here's the Legion. It's like, oh, isn't that cool? And it's like, no. What are you going to do? Turn this into another TV show?
I think the one thing from Multiverse that I enjoyed was all the alternate, like the alternate universe Avengers, the Illuminati just getting fucking murdered. I thought that was fun.
Exactly.
Like the one scene that I remember that I thought was genuinely cool was when like Scarlet Witch sealed Black Bolt's mouth and then he blew up his own head.
That was the best thing, because he was like, if he opens his mouth, you're dead. And she was just like, What mouth? That was a great moment. Like Wanda being a bad guy is incredible and deserves.
But the
love.
thing about it is, my favorite Marvel thing. It used to be Infinity War, but now it's WandaVision. I loved WandaVision, and I really enjoyed the direction they took with having Scarlet Witch be like a really terrifying, like all-powerful person with emotional problems. Like, what does a person with infinite power do when they have grief? Is that they try to just correct the world so the grief affects them less.
The best thing about that was they did lean into the craziness of it. They had literal episodes, like they went through the different eras of sitcom one by one to the point where they even gotten up to like Modern Family, which is like modern day kind of shit. And then everything like started to blur and come together. You had like the live, like multicolor things in the middle of like the black and white world still. Like they leaned into that shit and it was so fucking good rather than just, you know, being lazy about it and being like, oh, we'll show flashes of a couple universes and then we'll show one actual other universe.
Like the borderline, the borderline like analog horror shit from WandaVision was great. Like there was so many times where like Vision would be about to say something that disrupts her vision and it's like the tape skips. Like that kind of editing in Marvel, that's great. Like that's really groundbreaking. But that was the thing that I hated about Multiverse of Madness is the fact that Wanda had such a huge journey in WandaVision, and it felt like she accepted so much of her situation by the end of the series. She accepted, yeah, I'm not meant to have love. My husband is dead and all of this, and she learned, like, I need to just still do the right thing and all that kind of stuff. And it felt like she really came to terms with the amount that she'd lost, and like, yeah, the world is still out there. You can still be a great person. You can still do good, and who knows, you might find love in other places in the future. But then in Multiverse of Madness, she is genuinely like a cartoon Power Rangers villain who just dies at the end. And it made me so sad.
My God.
I was like, she grew so much. So much. She grew. And then at the end, she was just like, fuck it. I'm going to collapse this temple on myself for like a one half-ass redemption bit at the end. And I was like, so what was that whole TV show about? That whole TV show about redeeming this character and giving her like a whole journey that explains how much pain she must have been feeling at the end of Infinity War, and then it's like, nah, she's just dead now. Nah, she's just gonna kill a bunch of people and die. I was like, fuck off. I just really annoyed me, honestly.
Now that they're at the point where they have like the multiverse and time travel and everything, it's like they're just gonna bring them back when they feel like. It's like they did it with Loki. Like every sacrifice.
They did it with Loki. Who else?
They did it with Loki, like even without the multiverse, Loki was just his bread and butter at that point.
Yeah, he's like, nah, fuck, I'm coming back, buddy. Loki's died and come back like 4 times.
Yeah. God, he has fun with that shit. And now we've got like the fucking Watcher wrapped into everything as well. They've done like Evil Strange and everything, man. That universe has expanded so much. I don't know how they're going to keep getting people's attention. Was the fucking Spider-Man Tobey Maguire Part 4 thing real, or did I imagine that? I'm not sure if I had a dream last night, but I feel like Tobey Maguire announced he was doing a 4th movie.
Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 4.
God damn it. It was
Tobey and Andrew Spider-Man reportedly eyed to return in an upcoming Marvel movie.
Nah, they're not. Damn it.
No, it says they are.
But reportedly, right?
Reportedly, yeah.
For some reason, I literally had a dream at one point, and I knew like it was probably a dream because it was like a half asleep kind of thing, where I just looked at my phone and it was like, Tobey Maguire, here's Part 4. And it had like an image, and I was like, oh, cool. Went back to sleep, and that was just like a random moment, like right there, where I was like, brainworm, was that real? Did I dream that?
Genuinely, like, it would be so nice if at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home that all of those characters just stayed, you know? And then the MCU could have any one of those characters, including all 3 Spider-Men, just kind of fucking around with each other.
They still can do that now that they have the multiverse. Like, they can do whatever they want. I'm sure they're going to wrap some of it into, like, the Fox version as well.
God, I just wish that Tom Hardy's Venom had stayed in the MCU. That would have been so funny. I know Venom isn't a good film, but I love it. I think it's so funny. Like the bit where he sits in the lobster
I didn't like
tank.
Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage.
I empathize with that. I still enjoyed it. Like, when I watched it, it felt like they were embracing the comedic aspect. And I think that the inclusion of Carnage was very goofy. And it suffers from a lot of Sony-isms where there is just so many aspects where they're trying to set up franchises when really they should just be focusing on making it fun. But there were some bits that were good. Like when Venom splits off from Eddie and he goes to like the Dia de los Muertos party and he's got like the glow sticks on. He's like, yeah! I don't need a man! Yeah! And then at the end he's got like his toes in the sand. He's like, you know what, Eddie? I love you. I just like, those bits were fun. But then like, I don't know, they like definitely didn't utilize Carnage nearly enough.
Carnage was just kind of weak. And I felt like there was... Even though they like leaned into the comedy more, I felt like less of the comedy landed than in the first one. Like in the first one, everything was like big and surprising. Whereas in the second one, there's a lot of bits that make you laugh, but there's also a lot of bits where it's like, oh, they were trying to make it funny there. And I'm just like, whatever.
It just like, yeah, sorry, I got distracted. I saw some stupid meme while I was trying to find more questions. Have you seen the video where it's like, fuck me.
I mean...
I went on Twitter to search hashtag under the table and my fucking goo-goo ass brain was like, yeah, hashtag, and I just Googled Undertale.
A good time. Oh, man.
Like, yes, Under the Table, my favorite show. Let me Google Undertale. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, they...
No,
like,
it makes sense. You basically just, like, shorted it down. Undertale.
You remove a few letters, and Under the Table becomes Undertale. This is the reveal that I am Sans and Fuchan is Papyrus. Actually, it would be the other way around. You're, like, the edgy, like, one with all the self-awareness about multiple timelines, and I'm the fucking prankster who likes spaghetti.
Makes you sound like Garfield, but fair enough.
Hey,
what does that make RPR? God.
I eat John. It's what I do. Garfield, you are so big and fat.
Just reminded me of the fucking BoJack Horseman joke. I rewatched a lot of BoJack Horseman over the last week. Well, I've had some downtime, and it's just like, there's a point where they talk about Andrew Garfield, and it's just random moments coming up where it's like he likes lasagna, and one of the characters is like, Andrew Garfield likes lasagna. And it's like, yeah, just never take Andrew Garfield out on a Monday. He gets really grouchy. And the same guy's like, Andrew Garfield hates Mondays and loves lasagna. Oh, man. Hearing fucking Jesse Pinkman's voice coming out of that character is so funny as well.
Yeah, likes lasagna, bitch.
Exactly. Oh, my God. So good.
It's been so wonderful as someone who watched Breaking Bad, like, right when it came out, to see the internet kind of rediscover it. You know, like all of the memes.
It is wild how that happened. Like everybody, I guess it's because Better Call Saul was coming to an end. Everybody started rewatching the original.
Yeah, Better Call Saul finished this year, and I've just finished season 4 of Better Call Saul, and like I'm at a point now where I feel like I actually might even enjoy it more than Breaking Bad. Like it's insane how you can take a spin-off about the comic relief character from Breaking Bad and make it just as good, if not better, than the original. Like these guys are making some insane TV, and the sequel movie to Breaking Bad, El Camino, is fantastic as well. But it's been, I think this might be one of the reasons why so many people have been remembering Breaking Bad and making memes about it so fondly, is because the shows themselves are so good that whenever people who've seen them think about them, like, oh my god, I love that show, and then you just remember like a fun part from it and you want to make a meme about it, instead of something like Game of Thrones where it started out amazing and then you had season 7 which just, you know, took a giant fucking steaming dump over everything that had been set up in the previous 6 seasons. I can't get over the interview circuit for Game of Thrones and how hard the actors had a time of establishing, like, what was the one with Kit Harington, Jon Snow, where they were like, if you could describe season 7 of Game of Thrones in one word, how would you describe it? And he said, disappointing. And they were like, disappointing. Like and he said, no, epic, you know.
I love what they were doing. Like, they, for some reason, leaked like their first read-through of the final episode script, and you just see everyone looking distraught, especially Amelia and Kit.
Clarke.
Kit at one point literally has his
sinking
head
under the
in
table.
his hands. Oh my god.
Oh god. And who is it? Rob Stark, whoever plays him, like, it was in an interview, and they're like, yeah, you know, just last season, like, character development, who needs it, you know? And they were like, are you allowed to say that? And he was like, no, listen, like, Benioff and Weiss are the greatest writers in the history of television. Like, you know, you guys know this. And they just kind of, like, they'll say some genuinely damning shit about the show and be like, now listen, no, never mind. It's great.
Yeah, they'll just suddenly realize, oh, right, my contract. No, it's going to be good. Don't worry about it.
It reminds me of Star Wars and how, like, right when Episode 9 was about to come out, all the Star Wars actors were just kind of, like, going out and being like, yeah, I fucking hated this.
Yeah.
Like, John Boyega being like, man, this isn't what I signed up for. Or, like, my favorite one, actually, was Oscar Isaac, who in an interview was like, yeah, no, we really wanted Finn and Poe to be gay, but the Disney overlords were not ready for that to happen, so unfortunately they're not gay. And it's a shame. Like, but we did get a really fast lesbian kiss in the last episode of Star Wars that was very quickly edited out in certain releases of the film. I was like, Jesus Christ, man. Disney. You're really doing the bare fucking minimum. I feel like it's almost more offensive to do that much of the bare minimum than to just have zero representation whatsoever.
That's the thing that offends me, because they continuously like make big clickbait articles about it where clearly they've paid for like the clickbait moment of like, did you know that this character is LGBT? And I'm sitting there like, oh, I didn't. Are they a main character? Do they have a plot development? Do they have anything that like leads that into the story and gives us like a good, nice character to actually feel like we can empathize with as people of the LGBT? And they're like, no, they're like a side character. We show them for like a half a second. But they were like, don't worry about it.
It's really bizarre. Like, it's that whole J.K. Rowling thing of like just suddenly retroactively being like, oh yeah, this character, they were gay the whole time.
By the way, Dumbledore was gay, and here's how wizards poop. By the way, they didn't used to have toilets.
We need to stop George Lucasing. Like, George Lucasing, where you've already made like one of the most influential films of all time, and then he's like, no, I need to go back and add a dancing scene. George Lucas, you were fine,
but
you had made a whole thing, and then he suddenly felt the need, like, no, the dance scene from Return of the Jedi, it needs to be more obnoxious.
But Chewbacca's Christmas special, though.
The Star Wars Christmas special, I feel the fact that George Lucas is the kind of guy who's created the prequels and has gone back and edited the original trilogy to be like twice as annoying, and is then saying, oh yes, the holiday special, if I had enough time and a hammer, I would hunt down every copy of that special and smash it. Like, how does one person feel that much shame for something they've created?
I mean, he didn't realize how personal it was going to be at that point, I guess. I mean,
you know what?
You get offered enough money, you might do just about anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But then George Lucas is the richest film director in the world. And maybe this is only a thing now that he's sold Star Wars to Disney. But I mean, it's like richest directors in the world. You have like all of these massive names, and George Lucas like earned more than like 4 times as many as the person in second place.
Yeah, which is wild considering like some of the big movie releases we've got nowadays with like Avatar and shit, Titanic. I'm very interested to see how Avatar 2 is going to do.
Yeah,
that looks really interesting.
Because I feel like Avatar was a huge event when it came out because it was so visually unique. But now that it's sort of, we've progressed so much in terms of visual. Excuse me.
You sound like you're going through it.
We've progressed so much in terms of visual effects that I feel like it's a lot more difficult to impress people now. You know, so is Avatar going to succeed because it's an incredible story, or because, like in 2011, it was visually groundbreaking and people go there to be like, wow, I haven't seen anything like this before? Because looking at those trailers, I don't think it's all that visually impressive. I mean,
I think it's going to be really visually impressive. Like, the water looks so good.
Visually impressive, yes. Like, it will definitely look fantastic, but will it look fantastic enough to sell those tickets on its own? Because that's
I don't know.
Nah.
It's at least coming at the right time, though.
That's what the original Avatar had, is that it took like a good decade to make. Like, those special effects were so unique and the culture was so interesting and they'd put so much work into it. But it was sold based on those incredible 3D effects and that visual effects.
Oh, 100%. And it was like one of the first like 3D movies that used the proper 3D.
You know,
everybody, like, that was the one that blew everyone's minds and made them feel like they were actually on the planet for a little while.
You know, yeah, that's true. Because there was the whole thing about like Pandora-induced depression, where people who watched Avatar became depressed afterwards because they couldn't live on that beautiful planet.
They'd literally, yeah, go back and watch it like 2 to 3 extra times after that, and just like look at that nice scene with the pink seeds like flying through the air, and be like, "Oh, I'm here." And then the movie would end, and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm here."
as though us MMO players haven't been feeling that every single day, you know.
I mean, that's why it scratches all the right itches. Like in fucking an MMORPG, you can learn how to become a woodcutter, and you take the wood and like turn it into fancy things within a couple of days. In real life, it takes months and even years to own that craft, and it's like,
why can't I live in Azeroth? Why can't I live in Gielinor? What's the world in Final Fantasy XIV called?
Eorzea.
Eorzea. Why can't I live in Eorzea, where everything's so easy, and there are all of these brothels full of people role-playing?
Buddy boys, and cat girls, and everything in between. Dragon men and women. God, I love Eorzea.
It's so interesting how, like, it definitely used to be World of Warcraft where, like, all of that shit was going on, but now Final Fantasy XIV is the one that has, like, the whole like roleplay brothel system where you've got people who are like the ringleaders who will pay people absurd amounts of in-game gold or gil or whatever it is in Final Fantasy to just, you know, have clients and shit like that who just get to roleplay and look at someone else's 3D model dance on them with no clothes on and be like, ah, yes, this is a good use of my time and money.
And they're so blatant about it. It's great. Like, you go to the RP server and people just like are advertising themselves. And like, they have reviews. They have like little websites and blogs set up where it's like, here are my reviews from the clients who love me. It's like, wow. Making good money, not just in-game money. Sometimes people do offer services to the point of real life money as well.
One of my favorite like memes about that, because it definitely used to be World of Warcraft, like in roleplay servers like Goldshire and stuff like that. And there was just this meme where it was like two night elves who were like all like in bikinis just dancing together like on a table in the inn, you know, and saying all this dirty shit to each other. And then pan down, you've got like speech bubbles from these two very overweight neck-bearded men just being like, yeah, no, I take my clothes off now, you know. It's just these two grown-ass men acting like they're these beautiful women just unknowingly role-playing and having sex with each other. It's a very weird part of the internet, but I feel like it's destined to happen at some point, you know. If you give someone the opportunity to play as a sexy female character, it will happen.
Yeah, or a sexy male character. Sometimes you learn things about yourself you didn't know about yourself before that. Like sometimes getting to experience that side of life makes you unlock things where you're like, oh, I guess I'm into this. I know that's a new thing to add to my repertoire.
I know there's a lot of discussion and sort of talk about how like a lot of people might sort of make sort of like maybe a trans discovery about themselves because they enjoy playing as the opposite gender in video games as well. Like if they're maybe assigned male at birth and they like have the opportunity to make a female character in a game and suddenly that wakes them up and they think, oh, I like this, and then it sort of begins them on that journey, you know. It's really important that games give us so much room to express ourselves because there are so many points of self-discovery made in a game that gives you the power to make, like, just give you a little bit more control, you know.
That's why it's role-playing, and yeah, as long as there are, like, set rules on it, it's good. It's good to just experience new things and try new things, and yeah, make sure that you're safe while doing all of those things, of course, obviously. But at the same time, it's so good to like try new things and see what you actually do like in a safe environment, because you never know what you're going to learn about yourself. Because you talked about like the big, deep level things, but then there are also like the small level things where you're just like, you know what, I'm of age, I want to see what's going on around here. You sign up and you're just like, oh wow, I never knew that this was a thing that I'm into. Just like fetishes, lifestyle, everything. It changed you so much as a person because you actually went out of your comfort zone because you were hidden behind an avatar. And because of that, you were able to explore that in a way that made you feel safe and go like, yes, this is what I've been looking for. I mean, but yeah, so many things like that.
I hate to make it meta, but we are VTubers.
Man, I love the fact that I can pop off my limbs whenever I want to.
I love the fact that I'm an immortal being who can seduce people with the power of a magically induced voice. I love the fact that we have so many magically inclined people here. This is all definitely real.
100%. And right now, me and Voxy are playing footsie under the table.
Oh,
Nobody
yeah,
can
totally.
see it.
Hashtag under the tables. Please subscribe.
Oh, not the hashtag. No, none of that. None of that.
Yes, go and check the hashtag. You definitely won't see any porn you didn't sign up to see.
I didn't sign up for this. They didn't even use the adult tags. Oh, man. I'm just seeing, oh man, people came up with so many good ideas for us to talk about as well.
They did.
Everybody wanted me to answer the child one. If all of NIJISANJI got turned into kindergarteners, who do you think would give the most trouble?
Oh my god. I mean, I have a fan artist. I have a fan artist who always draws me as a baby. Like, they draw me as me wearing, like, a diaper, and just, if there's something funny that happens on stream, I'm just this adorable little baby with all of my hair who just does, like, that just does whatever shenanigans happened on stream, but as a baby. Like, recently, when I went on Twitter and I was like, guys, there is a meme of a cat who's black with really long teeth who goes, oh, and I asked, like, please guys help me find it. And they drew me as a baby with a doll just walking up to my parents and being like, please, I want to see the video of the funny cat who goes, and then they just find it, like, whatever I say, everything I say is construed as being completely adorable, and there's no escaping it at this point.
But the funny thing is, somebody's gonna take that clip, just take that, like, and, like, put it into their fucking board and just use that against you at some point in the future. Like, the next time you're playing Overwatch 2 with someone, just anytime you start to mold, you're just gonna hear from your ear,
It was a thing that we used to have
so much more.
when I used to play Overwatch with my buddies, like, back before Overwatch 2, when we played as, like, a little league team. We had one guy who I still play with today, and he's a really, really great guy. But we used to, basically it was like one of those things where it's like, you always have the one person who complains like a little bit too much, you know, like they're complaining about, not about their own play, but about like game balance, like, oh, this character's busted, this is that, not my fault, enemy's fault, why are they picking this unfun comp, why are they doing that? And after a while,
when they like shit on people other than themselves, rather than just like having a good time and being like, wow, I'm kind of shit today, guys. Yeah. Instead being like, this team is shit. This comp is shit. The enemies are try hard and sweaty.
It was so that. Annoying. But after a while, we just decided, you know what? We just need to shut this down somehow. And so I got a soundboard. Before I had my Go XLR, I got a soundboard of just baby crying sound effects. And so every single time this guy was like, man, this fucking game sucks. I hate it when Anna sleeps me. I just have to not play the game for like 6 seconds. Then you just, over the mic, you'd hear like... And he would just like, shut up! Stop it! Shut up!
You see, that's my question. Did it always make him mold more, or did he get to some sort of point where he was just like, oh, okay, I get it.
He'd just be like, all right, I get it. Shut the fuck up. And then we would just kind of get on with it.
Because that's the thing. That's when you find out what type of person someone really is. At that point, you could either like rage even harder and just actually like break a keyboard or some shit, or you could be like, okay, you know, you're right. I am acting like a baby. It's just stupid. We're gonna lose this game, but let's have fun and move on to the next one.
For me, it depends on the day. Like, if I'm playing, like, I think the one game that makes me more angry than any game on the planet is Smash. And it's for that reason that I feel like I need to play it less, because I've only ever truly raged at... The only other game that I'm properly, like, competitive in is Overwatch, and I've only raged at Overwatch, like, properly a few times. Like, I'll smack my table a few times and I'll be like, God damn it, but I always recognize, like, yeah, it was probably my fault. I was probably doing this wrong, probably doing that wrong. Smash, there are so many creative ways for people to be toxic in that game. Like, something about teabagging in Smash, the fact that every character has a different teabag animation... It just gets inside my head. If someone teabags me after taking one stock, I'm officially like, I've lost it. I'm seeing red, and if that person was next to me, I would tear out their controller and punch them in the head. Like, there's just nothing that I can do to stop myself from getting really mad when I play that game.
There's nothing that will ever make you mold more than playing Smash Bros against an Echo Fighter and them absolutely destroying you and making you look like a fool by, like, teabagging or taunting while they do it. that is the worst case scenario in the world.
I had that
especially
earlier.
if you know their main is something else. Like if it's your main, their main is something else, and they completely like destroy you, and then just like walk away. It's like, oh my god, no, please. Like it's such a nice feeling though when somebody destroys you as their main, then tries to turn into your main, and then you crush them, and it's like, yeah, I'm worse than you, but that's your arrogance right there. Getting
you know, like it's just a bad. Like, that was me when I fought you in like our first Smash stream, and you suddenly swapped to Byleth, and I got a win, and I was like, yeah, come on, come on. Like clearly you had way more experience in the game. Yeah, and then it went back to Belmont, and I was like, oh no. There's just no winning. If he picks Belmont, you're done. It's like when I was Ganon and you were Link, and I like got one win and I almost beat you in like a first to 3. I was like genuinely feeling so on top of the world, even though you weren't playing your main.
Nowadays, you mainly kick my ass when we go Ganon and Link because you've gotten so good at like fast shopping.
I'm really rusty at the moment. I need to practice a lot.
I haven't played since the last time we played either, to be fair.
You know, fair enough. Maybe there's a chance.
Someday management will let us do the entire NIJISANJI Smash tournament, but
that needs to be. Both Fuchan and I are saying this after Niji Koshien and after the Splatfest thing. Like, we need to have a NIJISANJI wide Smash tournament because there are so many great Smash players in JP and so many, and like Fulgur and I as well. I feel like where Fua made such a fantastic announcer and sort of host for Splatoon, and where Kuzuha made such a fantastic host for the PUBG tournament, I feel like you and me would be such great hosts for a Smash tournament as well. Yeah,
I think they need like one from each like region though, that like kind of shuffle it up.
I guess that's the difficult part, is the whole language barrier, you know. We'd need someone who, because I don't think there's anyone in EN who is really good at Smash and speaks English. Like, I know Ike speaks Japanese and
do you mean Japanese?
Yeah, I mean Japanese. Shut the fuck. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
No, that was just great because it was like there's no one who's good at Smash and speaks English, and I was just like, oh.
Wait a minute. There's no one in EN who is really good at Smash, but also speaks Japanese. Like Ike is decent enough at Smash, but it's not really a game that he plays 100% of the time. Like he plays it enough, and he's decent enough. We call him Spike Evelyn for a reason. Shu does have melee street cred, though. Shu is pretty good, actually.
Shu is incredible at melee, and he's pretty good at ultimate, yeah.
Yeah?
When you give him a rushdown character, he does damn good.
Yeah, he's very good on Pyromithra.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
But I think that is the main thing, is he doesn't, like, play ultimate too much. He mainly plays melee, and just he has those skills that transfer over, which is good enough, like, yeah.
Melee is a different kind of game. I've never played it, but looking at gameplay of Melee, I just couldn't imagine, like, getting used to all those controls. It seems so technically precise.
There's a reason that people have been playing that game for like 20 years now. It's like, I couldn't get into it. It's so technical. Oh, wave dashing as it was scary enough, and then they have so many different things on top of it.
One of my favorite things about Melee is the fact that it seems so unexplored. I remember I watched Hungrybox doing like his tier list of Melee characters, because Melee is so played that the tier list gets updated like every few years, even though it's a 20-year-old game. And he was like, he was talking about Yoshi, and this was before Amsa's big win in I think it was Big House. Like Amsa, who was a Yoshi player, won a major, which hadn't been done before. Like in the 20 years of life, Yoshi had never won a major tournament, and then only recently a Yoshi player won a tournament, which I think is insane. But he was talking about it, and he was talking about like where Yoshi should be on the tier. He was like, yeah, I think still the Yoshi Peach matchup is still relatively unexplored. I'm like, this game has been out for 20 years. And still we feel as though the depth for specifically the Yoshi Peach matchup has yet to be found.
That's wild.
It reminds me of the whole
so good. You love to see it.
Like the whole 20XX thing, where it's like technically Fox played like tool assisted, you know, like 100% no human error, perfect execution. Fox in Melee can't take damage. Like, if you do the whole multi-shine thing where you're wave dashing with a shine in between, you're just constantly doing damage, but being completely immune to any source of damage at the same time. So if you were a perfect human being, you could... Exactly. There is no way that you could take damage as a tool-assisted Fox. And so, technically, what that means is Melee has infinite room for improvement, and that, as, like, a fighting game player, is always really exciting.
Meanwhile, people who have like played to a close level to perfect just for a couple of months to a couple of years have destroyed their hands over it, which is terrifying to think about. Ugh.
There's nothing
and that's wild to me when people talk about the idea of like people playing video games not being a sport, because just like a sport, it has that whole like you have 5 to 10 years at your absolute prime, and then things start to wear down if you're like doing that high APM kind of shit. It's scary. It's actually terrifying.
God, there's nothing scarier than emergent gameplay, you know, in the sense that a game is built around like, oh, these mechanics are intended, you should be able to do this, and then players like, no, I'm gonna do this within the mechanics of the game, and then it becomes very difficult. But obviously, if it's like required to be good at fight, like L canceling or wave dashing in Melee, and the fact that it requires such perfect execution, I just can't imagine the fact that in order to be good at a game, you have to be good at something that the game did not intend for you to get good at.
Yeah, things that they didn't think humans would be able to do, and they were like, we'll leave that in. Who's going to actually use that? Cut to the speedrunners of Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time.
Oh my god. Or the fucking backwards long jumps in Mario 64. I'm obsessed with Mario 64 speedruns. I think it's the most entertaining shit in the world. Like, it was at this point we found Stair Skip, where Mario teleports into a wall and backwards long jumps and builds up momentum for 12.5 hours and then flies to the end of the game through the void.
Yeah, I fucking love like the bomb jumping thing in Zelda, where you just like blow yourself up and you just start like infinitely sporting across the screen, or like the bits of the world where you could just backflip out through the textures and then you end up in a completely unrelated area. Those things are so wild. And the way that like the code works, where it's just like, oh, you have to have this item in your inventory, you have to drop one, you have to backflip, you have to side jump this many times. It's coding at that point. It's not even like doing perfect movements. It's literally the game not understanding why you would have this sequence of items in this order. The game's like, is this a thing? Whoops. And you're immediately at the Ganon fight.
It's like, yes, this triggers a flag which enables this, and the game assumes that you have done this, and so the game will teleport you to this area, and suddenly you have skipped 40% of this game. And the way speedrunners find this shit is insane. Like, you have to imagine that they were looking at the code itself, but in reality they were just long jumping into random corners to try and figure out like ways of getting around various things. They don't even think about like, oh yeah, how is the game programmed? I don't care, I'm gonna figure it out by just playing it enough to the point where the game breaks on my own accord.
Yeah, and then there'll be just people who do it randomly, just get a clip on Twitter and they're like, oh, this weird thing happened, like I fell through the world and ended up in the back rooms, and people are like, how did he do that? What's the exact sequence? Get it down to the exact sequence you actually need, and then they're like, how do we implement this to skip forward? Oh man. And yeah, the fact that updates like every couple of years, where people will just suddenly be like, oh, here's a new technique to shave off like 0.6 seconds, and people are like, okay, bet. I'm going to perfect that, and I'm going to put it into my otherwise perfect speedrun.
I need that for my speedrun. I will not beat the world record unless I shave off 0.6 seconds. I love summoning salt videos for that, where it's like, and on this year, it was proven that fucking Dr. Yoinky Sploinky perfected the method of backwards poopy slapping in order to say shave off 1.003 seconds from his speedrun, securing the world record from under Dr. Shinky Blinky. It's like, just, I long for the day that historians go back and they look at what we were doing in this period in our lives, and they were like, so this man called himself Dr. Fartfuck, and he spent 300 years trying to beat Mario 64 in under 5 seconds, and he suddenly managed it. Why did he do this? All right, let's have a look. And suddenly, all of this shit that feels normal to us is just like, wow, yeah, they really did that with like hundreds of years of their lives.
Oh man, that's going to be an interesting time when they're like, yeah, they had too much money and too much time on their hands. They did what they did. They made the funny internet videos out of it, and it kept going in a cycle. Love the way we do things.
I fucking hate this. I just looked at the hashtag and there's some, and Rosalinda has just asked thoughts on Ohio and has presented us with this image. I'm sending it in chat now.
Illusion of safety being the final one. Maybe the funniest thing there.
You are in Ohio. And there's also, I've seen those like larger maps where it's like America is Ohio, Canada is North Ohio, like South America is South Ohio, and then the rest of America is just like future Ohio, and then Ohio itself is like Ohio Prime. Like Ohio is just going to overtake the rest of Ohio is an SCP, correct?
I have never heard this before. And that's why I freaking love it.
I think it's the fact that America has so many random states. Like, there's the whole thing about Wyoming not really existing. You know? There's just so much lore that could be made around the obscure sort of, you know, American desert states, you know, the middle American states, the ones that are just mostly corn, where you could make up a load of stories about them and no one would really question it. Like, yeah, Ohio has the potential to destroy the rest of America, or Wyoming doesn't actually exist, and if you try to walk into Wyoming, the CIA will just turn you around at the door and you won't remember what happened.
I love that kind of shit, man. It's like, have you ever actually met somebody who has photos of Wyoming? And they're like, yeah. But what if those were photos of Ohio?
How do you know those are photos of Wyoming? What if that's a lie?
They didn't just tell them they were in Wyoming when really Ohio all
They're
along.
just photos of Ohio from a different angle.
With a slight filter over them. Oh, man. Like the whole thing where Australia doesn't actually exist. It's just a big elaborate hoax.
That's the thing about Wyoming. Is Yellowstone in Wyoming? Hold on. Yellowstone. Oh, there's a drama about Yellowstone National Park in the United States, located in Wyoming. Yes, Yellowstone Park is in Wyoming. Do you know about Yellowstone?
I know of Yellowstone. I didn't know it was in Wyoming.
The fact that Yellowstone does have a dormant volcano that many consider to be like a super volcano that will wipe out all of humanity if it ever erupts.
We'd probably survive it.
Yeah,
some of us.
we'll be fine. I mean, I saw the Kurzgesagt video about it, and they said like,
yeah, that's the one I watched recently, where they were like, yeah, you don't actually have to worry about
guys,
that one.
it's fine.
Like, mega volcano, humanity, but not all of humanity.
Whatever, guys, it's fine. Like, if there's a big volcano like that, whatever, guys, it's fine. But I love the whole. Maybe that's why Wyoming doesn't exist, and if you try to enter Wyoming, they just turn you away because they're trying to distract you from the truth that Wyoming contains a volcano that's going to destroy half the planet.
Yeah, true.
And there's that whole Twitch thing where it's like the TTS where they say, "Chat, we forgot about Yellowstone. Monka S 777777777777777."
I like how, like, when we look into things like these, we're like, oh no, we could probably actually survive most of these super disasters, or at least some of us would, is like the biggest statement. Like the fact that they managed to actually deflect an asteroid recently, and they were like, yeah, we can do that. We're pretty badass.
I didn't even hear about that. I saw like a couple. I didn't hear about when it happened, but I saw a couple news stories about it. I was like, damn, we can do that. All right. You know, we just kind of happened to invent the technology to deflect asteroids right around when asteroids started coming towards us, and I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah. Like, people just need to invent reasons that we're suddenly going to die, and the truth is, if it happens, it's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, if Yellowstone does erupt, yeah, a lot of us are going to die. We're not going to see it coming. It's just going to happen. It's fine.
A bunch of people are just going to get drowned in lava, but you know what? That's life. Sometimes you're walking around, you go into PetSmart, wherever it is that you guys have in fucking America, I don't know. And then...
The important thing is that boomers put a lot of money into their 401ks. They're set.
Absolutely. So hopefully, as long as your investments are secured, at least your children are going to be safe.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever makes you feel better at night, buddy.
Whatever makes you happy about the way you lived your life. We could predict volcano activity, though. True, but would they tell us? Would they tell us, and would we believe them? Oh, man. They might be like, you know what? It's going to explode. If we tell everyone now, everyone's going to panic and make it way worse. Instead, let's just go hide by ourselves over here and make some shelters for us. Or, you know, the whole, like, if they did tell us and everyone was like, yeah, okay, we were here for 2012. We remember this now. We're good. We're good.
Just let it happen. If the world is going to explode and we're all going to die, then I guess we're all going to die. But at least we will have had a good time prior.
Hopefully we all had a good time prior. That's the thing. Like, once you get to, like, a certain level of comfort, hopefully you are, like, making sure you're looking after yourself and just, like, not spending every day just thinking about the end. Instead, just enjoying each individual day as it comes and not knowing when it's going to end. Foxy's face. You're good, buddy. If for a good time, not a long time. Exactly.
Exactly. Treat life like you're having a one-night stand. Just get out of there when you've had enough.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Somebody asked, if you two were dogs, what breed would you be?
Oh, God. I think if I was a dog, I would be a greyhound. Not because I can run fast, but because I've got a very long face and I just keep looking around like... And I have a very, like, insane amount of energy that I can use once a day, and after that, I just want to die and chill, like, on the sofa for the rest of the day, and that's me. I have like a very short fuse and a battery that I just use up, and once it's used up, I'm dead.
I love that about big dogs. They just, like, they go to the park, they run for, like, 5 to 10 minutes, they walk for, like, the next 10 to 20 minutes, and then they're like, that was a good day, human. Thank you very much. Best day of my life. 10 out of 10. I sleep now. Wake me up for the next one.
They run back and they're like, and they just fall over and they decided, I will sleep now.
That was good for me. Was that good for you? Okay, I'm done.
What about you, Fu-chan?
I don't know. The edgelord part of me says Tamaskin because it looks like a wolf, but the true part of me probably something big and fluffy, but not actually that beautiful, like one of those dogs. What are the Saint Bernards? Maybe like a Saint Bernard. Like one of those ones where it's just like a great family animal. It is big. It will protect you. It would fight to defend the family, but at the same time, most of the time, it just wants to sleep and have a little barrel of alcohol around its neck, and it's happy. People are saying you should be a Chihuahua, and I am offended for you.
I am offended. Listen, a Chihuahua is just this tiny little piece of shit. It's like, and I'd like to think that I only get mad when it's really deserved. I get mad when I'm really in something. A Chihuahua is like a monkey in the sense that a Chihuahua gets mad when a speck of dust falls in the wrong direction. Maybe some light refracts off of a window in the wrong way. And a Chihuahua will decide that someone has come after its balls. I think that I'm angry about the right things. And also, the more that I describe the Chihuahua, the more I feel like that actually fits. Now listen, guys, I'm not a Chihuahua.
Like, as soon as you said it's like a monkey, everyone in chat just leapt on that like, wait a minute, Voxy.
But listen, I think monkey is funny. You know, monkey gorilla, like, like, yeah. I just think that's funny. But I'm also aware of the fact that chimpanzees are like these terrifying, violent creatures. Have you heard about the whole story where a lady in America had a monkey or like a chimpanzee as a pet, and one day she had a friend over that managed to enrage the chimp, and the chimp tore her face off, and you can hear like the 911 call she's making to the authorities, like, yeah, my chimpanzee, he just tore the face off of my friend. In the background you can hear of the monkey just going absolutely insane, probably just using the face like a ball, just throwing it against the wall, hoping it'll bounce.
That's the thing. Yeah, they for some reason they always go really intensely for the face. They will like always like rip off the lips and the nose, which is terrifying.
It's been proven that chimps have an ego and they understand jealousy as well, which is terrifying. Did you hear about like the whole story about the zoo, like the zookeeper who tried to give one of his chimps in the zoo a birthday cake?
No, what happened?
So essentially, he had maybe 5 or 6 chimps in a zoo enclosure, and it was one of the chimps' birthdays. And he gave that one chimp a birthday cake. But the fact is, none of the other chimps know what a birthday is, and they see him giving this one chimp a birthday cake, and they think, that chimp has a cake, we didn't get a cake. Why the fuck didn't we get a cake? And so overnight, they figured out how to just bust out of their enclosure. They ran through the halls in the zoo. They broke into the dude's office and they absolutely mutilated him. They tore off his dick. They tore off his nose. They tore out one of his eyes. Like, it was just the most personal, most violent mauling you'd ever seen. Hang on,
just because he gave one chimp a cake. Jeez.
Yeah, they were jealous.
That's why you don't be nice to people, Chad.
They were jealous. Like, they were mad that this happened to this guy. And there's an image of the guy after this happened to him, and it's like genuinely really distressing to look at. Like they tore off his nose, and he's just completely like, you know, there's not much left of him anymore.
No, he looks so sad, broken. Which you would be.
His nose is just two slits, like Voldemort now.
Oh, and you could see like the red fleshy bit still. Oh man.
Yeah, and you can understand. I mean, have you seen what a hairless chimp looks like?
Terrifying. Same as like, have you seen a hairless bear?
Oh, God. I have not seen a hairless bear. Hold on.
Oh, hairless chimps just look muscly as fuck.
Oh my God, that's horrifying.
Yeah, they look like giant rats.
They do look like giant rats with like that foldy skin. Oh.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, it's the fact that like chimps and gorillas are scary enough, but bears could just fuck up anybody. Like I think grizzly bears are the most powerful land mammals, aren't they?
I think it's either hippos or the other ones that are like hippos are slightly stronger.
I mean,
like they basically just act like a tank and can tear through anything, and they have like bigger, stronger teeth.
Hippos have like that bite force stronger than any other animal, but bears are like they're fast and they have those giant claws which can just tear through anything. They can climb trees. It's like when we think about animals, I'm like, yeah.
Like bears can't get through. It's either hippos or rhinos. I don't remember which one.
Hang on.
But like a bear couldn't even get through its like armored skin.
Hippo
wild.
Versus rhino versus bear. Hippos can reach speeds of 30 miles an hour, and in a race with a rhino, it would depend on the rhino. A couch potato rhino would probably lose to the hippo, but a well-trained athlete rhino would win. So it's kind of even. Like rhinos and hippos can run at a similar speed. Hippos are significantly larger than grizzly bears and are speedy themselves, so they are quite able to attack. The hippo is protected with its tough skin, allowing it to use its large size around 10 times that of a grizzly bear to defeat the bear. Yeah. Never mind, hippos are just built different, I guess.
They are just tanks, but live. It's wild. Plus the fact that they can swim really good. If they drag you into the water, boom, you're gone too.
And the fact that a hippo's bite force can just crush a melon like without even thinking about it. Like you just bite once and and your skull is just gone.
Gone. Just gone.
Why do hippos look like the kind of thing that a Sigma male would sort of identify with? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they definitely would. Like, I may not look like much, but believe me, beneath this, I am a killer animal. I could take down anything. You think the bears and the lions are the kings? I am the king.
They look like prime capybaras.
Oh, yo. Don't be dissing my capybaras like that. I love they do look like a capybara has like gone metamorphosis mode and been like, I would get on that Sigma male grind set.
Yeah, capybaras are the ultimate Sigma male creature. I mean, look at that stare.
You know what a hippo is? A hippo is literally a fucking capybara that's done the One Punch Man techniques. It's done the One Punch Man training and ended up hairless and scary.
They're so big. Man. Jesus Christ, why did whatever god we have put these creatures on our planet? Why did he make them so dangerous?
Just to torture us.
Just to make us scared. Oh, but then baby hippos are so cute. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing as well. Like, there's the whole famous thing that if you see a baby bear, as cute as it is, run the fuck away because there is normally a mother nearby. Who, if you get anywhere near her baby, will not ask questions. Oh, man. That shit's scary.
I guess that's the thing, is that hippos are an aquatic creature, and so, like, the closer you get to the sea, the more powerful of a creature you'll encounter. I mean, I'm still blown away by the size of blue whales, and the fact that they can go up to 100 feet tall.
Then you get, like, down into the deep, deep depths, and you get the fucking giant squid and shit. Anglerfish is terrifying. The goblin shark? Oh, God.
I've never heard of a goblin shark. What is that? Goblin mode?
Google goblin shark. They are one of the most
yeah. What the fuck is that?
It looks essentially like a fucking eel has tried to wear a shark as a costume. It's got like the alien mouth with like the
3 meters long. That is terrifying.
Yeah, man. The sea is full of terrors. The sea honestly does look so alien the deeper you go. Like, you have all the weird shit like sea cucumbers and starfish doing their own thing.
It's terrifying. And like the deep... It's the fact that we supposedly know more about space than we do about the deep sea. And to me, that's terrifying because space is infinite. You know, space is infinite, it's all-consuming, and we have no idea how large it is or what is at the very end of it. And yet we can see more of it because of telescopes than we can of the deep sea. And so... God, it's like that whole thing with the David Attenborough documentary, like Blue Planet, where there's the eel who lives like above this one layer of gas or sort of toxic goo at the bottom of the ocean, where if it goes down there for a meal, it'll come up and go straight into toxic shock and barely make it out alive. There's so much on this planet that can kill you without a second thought, and it's fucking terrifying.
There are things that just want to live and can live pretty much anywhere, like the sea bears, the tardigrades. God, I love water bears.
The Antarctic blue whale is the biggest animal. I just want to say how fucking bro-ish of a conversation this is. You just wind up, like, while we're drunk, just chatting about, like, dude, what do you think the biggest animal in the world is? I feel like I'm on Joe Rogan right now. I was like, dude, have you heard about, like, how savage chimps are?
They bite off your face, man. What about the
dude?
biggest animal?
That's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, have you tried DMT?
I think a bear would kill anything else, bro. Have you seen a hippo? You have to be a certain level of drunk to actually appreciate this kind of conversation.
I don't know, man. I just think it's interesting. Like, I get like that when I'm sober, and I'm just like, but bro, show me an image that helps me visualize how large a blue whale is. Like, Jesus Christ, that's an animal that exists on our planet.
Blue whale size. Compared to dinosaurs, why do I care? Those aren't real.
I haven't seen a dinosaur before, bro.
I'm just saying, yeah. If dinosaurs were real, they'd be here.
They're more than twice the length of your average bus.
Jesus.
That's just a creature. That's just a thingy.
I'm thinking about the fact that there used to be sharks almost those sizes with like the fucking megalodons or whatever.
Okay, never mind. Apparently, a blue whale is almost the length of 3 school buses.
3 school buses. Oh my god.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I think it's always cool when they like show a whale just like swimming up to a school of fish and just opening its mouth and just dominating, just absolutely absorbing like 300 fish out of nowhere.
Okay, this
is wild.
This kind of puts it into perspective, actually. This is a blue whale trying to eat an elephant.
That's actually scary.
That is terrifying. Like, that elephant...
You never really see a whale, like, properly surface. You only ever really see, like, maybe its head come out or its tail slap the water. you never really see exactly how big they are.
Like, that blue whale is popping the elephant like I would pop a mint imperial. Like, I would pop, like, just a paracetamol the same way that elephant is just falling into the mouth of that blue whale. That is absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, that's like a small plum. You could eat that in one bite. It would take some chewing, but oh my god.
Jesus Christ, it's like you just use a knife and fork, you know, get a nice bit of chicken on there. Fucking hell. And those creatures are just running around beneath the sea, unchecked. I know they're herbivores and they just eat krill or whatever it is, but still, like, who gave them the right to be that big?
You ever hear about that lonely one that's voice was messed up so it couldn't, like, summon any friends for a long time?
Is that the one that's swimming around Iceland?
Yeah, it finally got a friend recently. It finally found one more that has it can hear and, like, speak at the same frequency as it.
I could have sworn it was the whole thing where it had like a parasite on its eye, and it
I didn't know about
and it was just swimming around Iceland with no companions, and it was just living for maybe the next 2, 3, 4 decades with no chance of finding a mate and slowly dying as one of like the last versions of its species, which is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I didn't know about the parasite. I just knew about it like its voice being slightly off. Like, thank you, chat. Apparently, it has like 52 hertz, whereas other whales are on slightly different frequencies. And so nobody was able to communicate it. It wasn't able to hear anyone else, and nobody else was able to hear it. And suddenly a second one appeared recently, and now they're just like chilling, I guess, finding each other, being mates. It's good for them.
Oh my god.
Good for them. They're not the last ones yet. Just yet. Such a sad story.
And now I've been led down the rabbit hole of like prehistoric animals like the megalodon, which
megalodon is fucking fun, man.
Was like 60 feet long, weighs the same as 10 elephants, and it's a shark that will just fucking kill you. The size of
that thing could move fast too.
The size of 3 great white sharks. Oh my god.
It would manage to like swallow like 6 humans at the same time. Wouldn't have even needed to chew.
What was the largest dinosaur? The Dreadnoughtus was 85 feet from head to tail.
Dreadnoughtus? What the fuck?
Yeah, titanosaurs.
Man.
It's like a giant brachiosaurus or whatever they're called.
The scary thing is the Dreadnoughtus still probably isn't as big as a blue whale, I guess.
Nah, blue whale up to 100 feet. Even longer.
Man.
What about the
It is funny that all the biggest ones have like those giant necks on them. But they were all herbivores. They were all reaching up to trees.
I've tried looking up. I remember there was like a type of dinosaur called the Gigantosaurus, but all of it is like some merch from some kids thing called Gigantosaurus the game, and I'm like, bro, I want to learn about the actual animal, please.
Sure it's real, or is it one of those things that just came out of nowhere?
In real life, the Gigantosaurus was a sauropod. The big beast in the series is actually based on the meat-eating Gigantosaurus. Similar sounding names, but very different. So it was real.
Yeah. Man. Dinosaurs would have been fun. All we got left were fucking cassowaries.
Fucking birds.
Cassowaries and emus and ostriches. Scary shit, man.
Bruh.
Chickens. Chickens don't scare me, thankfully. Meanwhile, a cassowary could kill me.
It's hard to believe chickens live through anything. I mean, chickens might be the most brain-dead animals on the planet. They just sort of walk around going... And you just give them, like, oats or seed of any kind, and they're like, oh, cool. And that's just their entire existence.
Well, how much of that is actually them and how much of that is us doing that to them?
Maybe they've just been genetically modified over years to just become the most stupid brain-dead animal that lives in a battery farm its entire life before it gets turned into nuggets sold at McDonald's.
Exactly. Have you ever played that the game Can Your Pet?
I have! I thought you were going to ask me about that. Can Your Pet? Where it's like, yeah! Oh, I'm training my pet. Oh, what's going to go on now?
Can my pet what? No, that's not the right question. It's so fucking funny, man.
Can ya? Bro. I just went to the Can Your Pet website.
Is it gone?
NFTs.
I mean, it was a flash. No.
NFTs. I'm so sorry to break it to you, but NFTs.
Oh, come on, man.
It's all just like bird-themed NFTs.
And now they have like 6 spin-off games.
Mobile games, Can Your Pet Escape, Can Your Pet Returns, Chicken Driller, Can Your Lemon Clicker, Can Your Talking, Can Your Pet Classic, classic version for mobile. 2009 Flash game. Download, obviously, because Flash is no longer a thing for
just gone.
Web browsers.
Oh,
I'm so
man.
upset. I tried going to Miniclip recently, and it's all just like, you know, advertising how like we were once a site for Flash games, but now we have a couple mobile games, and it's just, oh, I miss Miniclip. Now if I want those nostalgic Flash games, I got to go to Cool Math Games.
I'm surprised that one's still going. That's good, at least.
I just love it. It was never censored on school websites because they were like, yeah, you know, math games, why not? And then
yeah, you could test your brain.
You could just play Run 3 or whatever it was, Fireboy and Water Girl.
Oh, that shit was good.
Oh god. All right, bro. We've been going for 4 hours. It's 11 p.m. for me. I feel like it might be time to wrap this up. But dude, it's been so much fun just getting to sit and shoot the shit with you for a while. I love these streams because we get a chance to just get drunk and talk about whatever the fuck is on our mind, and this was a real pleasure to get to do with you, dude.
This was good. We were making the jokes before this that this was like the perfect time because I was going to say some shit and like become Niji cancelled again. Like disappear for a week.
The
like,
NFT community and the blue whale enthusiasts are going to come at us after a while.
True.
Also, before I forget, I'm going to send you a video. This is it's a demonstration. It's a 3D demonstration of what a block of wood dropping on a car looks like on different celestial bodies. So you've got Earth gravity, Mars gravity, Moon gravity, and at the end you have Sun gravity, which is the funniest shit I've ever seen.
I mean, that would be a different. Okay, I can't wait to see this. Mars gravity surprised me enough. Moon gravity, it barely takes any damage. That's good shit.
Yeah, and then you get to Pluto gravity after that, and it's like almost nothing happens. It just kind of bounces straight off the top. The window takes some damage, but that's that. And then you just got you just got to wait for the end. No.
Uranus gravity. I thought they were going to make a joke out of that one. I didn't realize Uranus was so strong. Damn. Sun gravity.
The way the car itself is just welded to the floor and then without any movement whatsoever, just boom.
Just explodes out of itself. Oh my god.
Alright everybody, that's going to be all from us for tonight. We're going to go off, I'm going to go take a piss, and hopefully you guys will have a wonderful rest of your night. I'm going to make my schedule, and I will see you all very, very soon. Fu-chan, do you have anything you would like to promote? Any streams happening next week you want to let everybody know about?
I'm doing a Zatsudan tomorrow, and then I'm off for 2 weeks, so look forward to that, and then I'll see you guys in a fortnight.
My man, everybody make sure to support Fu-chan when he does his Zatsu tomorrow, because he is having a well-deserved couple of weeks off. I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope that you have a wonderful time. But other than that, we're going to have a break now, but thank you guys for joining us on Under the Table Episode 6 with Fulgur OVID. Good night!
I can take a hippo in a fight.
Bye-bye! Good night!